All right, let's go ahead and get started here. We'll do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty, roll call, please.
Councilmember Rubio,
Here.
Councilmember Roberts, Councilmember Morganelli,
Here.
Vice Mayor Womack,
Here.
Mayor Wynkoop.
Here. Let's see, who can I ask? Alan, would you like to do a prayer for us? You're looking very nice tonight, Alice. Looking sharp. There you go.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this evening, for the month of December, for what we've experienced this past weekend and what we expect to experience going forward. This time of year, there's hearts that are heavy. There's family members who've lost somebody. We want to reach out to those and let them, Lord, lift them up to you, to wrap them in your loving arms and let them know that they're not alone, and they're not outcasts, and that they are special people in your sights going through these times. We thank you for the food we were able to have, for the council's support of that, for those who are here tonight for council business. We ask that you put your blessing upon us and protect us as a town like you've done for so many years. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. All righty. I guess let's go ahead and administration and discussion. Alrighty. We'll move on to anyone in the audience that would like to talk to the council about something that's not on the agenda. Come on up. Hey, push that button on. Yep, there you go.
Can you hear me? Ooh, okay, sorry. My name is Dana. I'm with Bay Lake Builders. I am here on behalf of my clients, Carrie and Justine Houghton. They are current residents of Montverde who are trying to build a custom home on Kirkland Road here in Montverde. As you know, I emailed on November 20th regarding the town's website about the incorrect impact fee schedule. I do have the emails if you all need them. Does anybody need a copy? No? Okay, so our goal in coming here is not conflict, but fairness, consistency, and transparency. The issue before us is straightforward. The town's website displayed incorrect impact fee information at the time of our permit submittal, as well as when it was issued. We relied upon this information, and it has now created significant financial hardships for my client. This wasn't a careless glance at your website. Myself, my team, in trying to confirm the impact fee costs, we called the town. We were directed to go to the website to get the said fees. We went through the site several different ways, double checking before submitting for the permit application. And no matter which route we took, through the search bar, navigation menu, Google search, etc., we ended up at the same page where the incorrect fees were posted. In my package, I can show you pictures of that page. I have videos of it, etc., that you can, I have texted to the town, and I can upload and show you if you need to. So again, we ended up at the same page throughout many different times trying to go to your website. So why would a resident assume that the town's website would hide correct fees? If there was correct fees on there, we were unable to find them. This was multiple days that we've looked throughout the entire process. So clearly we're just trying to do what's right for the client. They're your future homeowners. They're going to be building in this area. Since me bringing up this issue, the town has changed the website, which makes me even more certain that you knew that it was incorrect, that you knew that the fees were incorrect, that the information was not right on the website. You've since created a tab under the government section that shows what the fees are with the new fees that were never listed before. The old fees were only dated for 2024, where we could find there was never 2025 on there, and there was never 2026. Again, I have this information printed out with dates, and we're talking a significant increase from 2024. 2024 to 2025 was $311. Not super significant. Not a big deal. 2026, it's like over $7,000. So to make the numbers are clearly mind-boggling from the first place. But second of all, on top of that, what I've learned since then, which is, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little worked up because this is kind of crazy for me, but recently, other people have gotten their permits issued. I have an email from Paul stating that the permit fees are due at time of permit issuance, not the date that we submitted for the permit. This is an email from the town, from you, Paul. It states that when the permit is issued, those fees are due, which for us was $50,000 for a 2,700 square foot house. So this increase, just to kind of go back to that, is $7,236.50 was the 2004. We calculated that out where the impact fees. The total permit cost should have been $32,852.03. This is not including the service fee that you charge at the end, because I'll just pay a check. And then what you were going to charge me was $48,771.53. So again, a difference of $7,000. From 2024 to 2025, it was $313.87 increase, according to your new fees that you put on the website on November 14th. So I'm not sure why the client, if other people have paid their permit fees recently as of December 8th and they got the old fees, why my client is being forced to pay the new fees when others have been issued.
I'm going to ask you a question. What was that amount that you mentioned? 32,000?
So when I calculated based on the 2024 fees, the whole permit should have cost $32,852.03. What you were going to charge, that's without the service fee. That is without the 3% that you charge for running a credit card, et cetera. The fee that I got without the service fee was $48,771.53. So a difference of 12,000, what is that, 12? I got it here. I don't know what the difference is. The impact, I don't have it in front of me, but it's a significant difference if you're going to calculate it out. I have it written down in my large file of papers.
Alrighty, do you want to answer any of that?
So we have the emails and the correspondence that she's provided. I'm looking into it, and we'll be advising the town manager. That's the process that this town has set forth. And then depending on what he decides, then there's an opportunity to come back before council, but it's not at the council stage yet.
Okay, well, that's good news, I guess.
Anita, I do have actual case law for this as well. Hagan versus Powell, Florida 2004. The Florida Supreme Court held that when official published information is incorrect or misleading, courts will not punish a party who relied on that information. So I'm hoping that the decision that our town manager decides is that the amount would be $32,852.03. And to be quite honest, I'd like to actually ask if it's even possible, this is me speaking, not council, but that we waive that 30% due to the trouble that we've caused these residents.
We're done?
Yeah, I guess we'll have to get back to you on this.
So can I ask how long the process is going to take? Because he's closed a construction loan. There's timeframes for his loan. And
Go ahead.
I anticipate getting a response to the city man or the town manager by the end of the week.
Okay, she'll have the response by the end of the week.
thank you.
Thank you, Anita.
Got a briefcase this time. Lord. Bob Tomlinson, 16634 Magnolia Terrace. I kind of discussed the town dump earlier with you. Do you want to just kind of go over that, or do you want me to do that?
Whatever you can do pretty quick.
Okay, all right. So, what I have, real quickly. This is a letter that our attorney, and I'm not representing, so everyone knows I'm not representing Montverde.
Hey, Bob, if you could wait till you get back to the microphone, because we've got
Oh, yeah, you
people
can't talk
streaming.
when you get back there. We can hear you, but they can't. Is this the one that was out on Friday? That I got an email about? This the one that came out Friday in an email?
Yeah.
Okay, I read it, okay. You got you.
Well, then I'll do the PowerPoint that you'll have. All right, so basically, this has to do with the Fosgate Road dump. And since I had it set up for a PowerPoint, but they won't let me put the PowerPoint up, I just want everyone to know so that you all understand that everything that I'm gonna go over in this is 100% from Florida Department Environmental Protection. Nothing that I'm talking about has been put into this from me or changed. All right, so with that said,
Let me stop you for a minute. I'll give you 5 minutes.
pardon?
Give you 5 minutes.
Okay. So first of all, I just want to bring out to you, the report is over 300 pages long. Has to do with our dump that we have at Fosgate. Secondly, basically what it states is that the dump itself, it had one at 2005, there was an inspection. That was the letter that Grant Roberts had sent out. And then there was another letter that was sent, and that letter, by the way, was not addressed to Grant Roberts or his father. The real letter that came from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection came out in October the 5th, 2021, addressed directly to John Roberts from the Department of Protection. Anyhow, what it states in there basically is this. The site that Grant Roberts wants to put the use change in is literally a potential Superfund candidate. Okay. Literally, that's what it is. And it states it right in here. Now, along with that, it also states that if there is a use change and there is impact on that property, then literally what can happen is seepage can come through, and that will literally put our town at risk. And in this, since you have the documentation that will go in there, Tallahassee, the FD, the inspector in Tallahassee made it very clear that if the use change happens and impact goes on that, and the town literally approved it, the town would be responsible for the issue. And that cleanup would be well senior of $30 million. Okay. It also states in the report that there are pathways presently right now that can go into the Florida aquifer. It states it right here. That's why I wish I had the PowerPoint. You all would be able to see all of this. It also states that the pathway can also go through the lakes as well. And what it also stated is Tower Chemical. We remember Tower Chemical. Tower Chemical employees in the report stated that they did dump their drums in our waste area there, which actually has 2, and really has about 4 trenches. Those trenches are going to be under 50, what is proposed, 50 trailer spots, and the weight on all of those, which is legally in that, would be 560 tons of weight on top of this. My recommendation for the for the council is this. We need to get permission from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection stating that, yes, they go along with the use change, because they made it clear if the use change changes, which it has, then it can open this back up. And then we would be responsible. We need to have them say, okay, it's okay to do whatever you want to have done on it, but we can't do the use change before they don't approve it. So that's a huge risk. It'll put the town under. And this is all documented in everything that you have right here. It also is documented in that report that that you all have from our attorney counteracting Grant Roberts' letter that he sent to the Homeowners Association. By the way, again, I want to bring out, I'm here personally. I'm not here because I'm the president of the HOA with Magnolia Terrace. Thank you.
Bob, I have a question before you walk away.
Sure.
Can you explain what I'm looking at, to be honest?
Go ahead.
I'm not sure what I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure what I'm 100% looking at here with some of these. Can you explain some of these a little bit better? Sorry. Can you explain what I'm actually looking at with these?
All right, what you're looking at right there is you're looking at literally the dump, and it also from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. That is the proposed trenches that we put in. They actually started in 1974. That was when the application for this dump went into the county. It was denied, by the way, but the town of Montverde didn't stop it. They didn't listen to it. In fact, they got, in the report, there's 2 letters that went to the mayor saying stop this, and they didn't stop it until the early 80s. It was just, you know, Montverde just, back in the day, did what they wanted to do and didn't respond back to the county.
I have one last question for you, because when you were talking, I saw residents, they were a little confused. What is a super fund? Because I think there was residents.
The Superfund. Speak up, because I can
Yeah,
barely
I'm
hear.
sorry, the super fund. What does that actually mean?
Well, the Superfund is this. The Superfund literally cleaned up the Tower Chemical site back in 1983. That Superfund cost, the cleanup, was $19,700,000 plus to clean up that site. We're looking at today, this would be well over 30 million. If the DDT drums start leaking, it'll go, see, that product is like a WD-40 product. It'll go right through everything and go right into the aquifer. That's why this is still set up as a possible Superfund, is because they know, but they couldn't get to it because they couldn't get to the trenches because they were underwater. There were snakes. They were scared of the snakes. They were scared of 2 alligators in the report, okay, and also a bunch of mosquitoes. So they decided not to go. Unfortunately, if you had this, if I was able to put this up, we're only talking where they did it, they did a huge span, but it wasn't close to the trenches. We need to have them come back and get the trenches, and now, thanks to Grant Roberts, he's already cleared it all perfect for them. They can bring in trucks or whatever they want in there now. They can bring in their whatever and actually do it, because we literally have the overlay. It's right on top of where the trenches are, where he plans to put his trailers. And he knows it because he got the report. I don't know why you did the report of 2005 and didn't show the real report of 2021. Do you have an answer for that?
All righty, well, that's your time.
Well, there you go.
All righty.
That was an interesting question, wasn't it, folks? Yeah.
Very interesting question. All right, anybody else has something?
Dr. Kelly Moore, 17029 Florence View Drive, Montverde, Magnolia Terrace. First, I had received this letter from the attorney for Mag Terrace explaining why I got a letter from Grant Roberts' attorney, and he goes point by point and explains the whole thing. So I spent a considerable amount of time looking into every document that's public record for this. I've got several questions here. First, we have come here for the last couple years, and whenever there's a consultant here, you are more than able to display a PowerPoint. I think this is a denial of public record, and it's appalling. And I want to file an ethics report against the mayor or Paul, who's not allowing us to make a 1-minute presentation to show this. Can I please put this PowerPoint on the screen?
The answer is no. I'm not going to plug
And
a foreign.
why is
I'm
that?
not going to plug a foreign thumb drive into the town's servers and computer system. It's
Oh,
not gonna
so
happen.
it's a matter of,
If
it's a
if
matter
someone
of,
contacts me ahead of time and we have the ability to get it emailed, then we can scan it, then I'll put it in the system. But I don't know what's on the thumb drive. I'm just not gonna, if we allow everybody to pop us a thumb drive, who knows
okay,
what
well,
we're gonna
you're
end up
eating into
with.
my time. I understand it's a delay tactic. Yeah, would you like me to send you an email?
I'm not gonna do it right now.
Oh, okay, fine.
Not gonna happen.
Well,
Let's keep it-
since,
let's keep it
so
quiet,
hold on,
quiet.
so I'm gonna continue here. Let me start off here with the town manager. While Mr. Roberts' CUP application was being processed, can you tell us the steps you were taking to find out about the history of his property?
I'm going to let you speak. When you're done, I will answer. I'm not going to be quizzed or
Okay, so
interrogated.
let me ask you this then. It states here that you made a comment during the, here we go, on the planning and zoning meeting, you were quoted as saying in the minutes that Manager Lorino stated, I have, that there is no history or evidence of the property being a dump. So what are you doing for us if it's noted in all the public records that that property was a dump for 50 years and was investigated? In fact, the town of Montverde asked the Environmental Protection Agency to check it for a Superfund. And so, Anita, a question for the town attorney. Do you have access to the records of this property, and do you provide advice and counsel to the previous mayor and the previous council in 205 who requested the Environmental Protection Agency to come in and look at that site?
I was not the attorney in 2005.
Well, do you have the ability to look at the records whenever these things come up?
We do not go back through town records when we receive an application. We base it on the information that we have in the packet, but we do not go back through all of the town's historical records.
An applicant who is several months, if not years, not in compliance with some $28,000 in fines, you're going to take his word with a document that wasn't even addressed to him as the sole, like this is a clean property. That's how the decision was made. I'm taking that you don't go back and check the records. Let me rephrase it another way. Do you access the database for the property and look to see if there's anything there? I mean, I guess not. I mean, so you don't go back, do you go forward?
That is not the role of the town attorney to go back and research.
Okay, so
the
whose role is this?
historical
Is this the
property.
city manager's job to provide, because see, the council got this packet after the architectural review board, and we have a past member here who is the senior of that, and I hope he'll speak. But at some point, if the council approved the CUP based on the planning and zoning board, and the planning and zoning board got their information from the city manager and his staff, then it must be Paul that made the decision that this was property had no dump and was not an issue. So, and you're stating that you don't go back. Now, I have another question, sir. Mr. Parks, I understand, when did you learn about this property being a dump or having any Environmental Protection Agency? Because I understand that you, at the same meeting, were in approval of the CUP.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward.
Well,
we-
I'm going to close on two things.
Okay, go ahead.
One, I would like the council to make a motion to stop the CUP where it is and contact the Florida Department of Protection, the local office. I spoke today with a lady named Sarah Fayed, and she has a copy of our presentation. She has a copy of all the records. And since the town initially contacted on that property, suspecting it's a Superfund issue, I think because there's a change of use at play, it's upon the town, because according to the Tallahassee, Mr. Sweeney stated, if there has been a change in use of this property, the town of Montverde would be liable if there's any impact.
Alrighty.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Anybody else want to talk on this topic?
Kerry Houghton, 17549, excuse me, Kirkland Road. We were just listening to my builder, Dana. Just want some clarification. You said that you were going to get back to the town manager by the end of the week. You guys don't work on Friday, so I can expect something from Paul on Thursday? I mean,
I'll get something to him by the end of the week. I don't know when he'll have an opportunity to review it, but by the beginning of next week, I would assume you'll have an answer.
all right. I mean, it's definitely holding the project up. Sidewalk held it up. Now this is holding it up. There's time restraints to this loan. If there's any way I can get you guys to expedite this, it'd really be appreciated.
We'll do our best.
So the process is, you're going to review it, and then what your decision is, and if they don't like it, then they come back to council again to discuss?
Yeah, the town code has a process for appeals to follow, so they filed a formal appeal. We have 30 days to review it, look into it, have Anita looking up any legal issues related to it. And if he isn't happy with our decision, then yes, he has to come to council within 30 days.
Anita, am I able to make a motion for this?
No.
No, because there's a process.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question for the town council and town manager. Are we able to expedite it though? Like, I know we have 30 days to reply.
I mean, that is expedited. They came in, what, a week and a half ago, I think, the formal appeal. So, or 2 weeks ago, somewhere in that ballpark, so.
And when did they raise the issue? When was that raised?
I don't have the exact date, a couple of weeks before that. They were working with Patty, I'm not sure how long it went back and forth,
November
So-
14th.
so, yep.
So we're a month now.
5 days short. 5 days.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Come on up, Michael.
Mike Stone, 16947 Lakeside. That's the kind of the theme that we've dealt with. This is unacceptable. This is ridiculous. We're not being treated like citizens of this town, and it's just egregious. My blood is boiling right now of hearing them, everything that's going on. I would like to see if there's been any progress made on my issue with the flooding. It's been over a month on that. I'm not waiting for the next storm. I'm going to have to go, get some legal counsel and come at you guys because I've heard nothing. Nobody's told me anything. I've asked people. The council doesn't know. The town manager doesn't know. So what gives? Right? Is it just, we just bump our gums up here and...
Paul, can you give an update on that? Because, we did bring this up a month ago, and
Yep,
I
and
feel
I
bad
talked
for
to you a
Mike.
couple of weeks ago, so to be fair, that's not true. You met me out on Lakeside.
Yeah, but there
So-
was no resolution to it. It was just talk.
Yeah, well, understand, so what's going on right now, the engineers are reviewing, we just got the as-built. They have to prepare the as-built with the surveyors and the contractors. So we just received the as-built probably early last week, so the engineers are going through with the as-built and comparing that to the formal plans to see, we want to make sure that the thing was built as it was designed and going from there. So I'm waiting to hear from the engineers. So that should be here pretty soon. Then we'll make a decision what needs to be done on it.
Okay, but in the interim, say another storm like what happens in Mount Dora comes in, it's going to be on y'all's hands. Any damage to my property, my business, my livelihood, that's all I got. And going back to 2018, dealing with this council, dealing with the employees of the town. It's been nothing but headaches for me as far as permitting goes, everything. Even when stuff wasn't my fault, we were still blamed for the holdups on everything. So it's just ridiculous. I would like to see any sort of internal review happen on why things happen the way they do and why things are just terrible for everybody and hurting good people that's trying to move into this town, trying to give you guys money, right? So,
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else have something?
Quick question, Mayor.
Yep.
You know, with these last two concerns, obviously, you know, we addressed them, we're looking into them, but are we gonna look into the whole dump, the Fosgate dump?
I didn't, I was gonna see if can you answer any of those questions at the end here?
Are we able to do like a legal review of some sort, or?
I think, what would you suggest, Anita, at this point for that topic?
I can look at the documents provided and then, I mean, if the town council wants to look into them, then we just need direction from the council, to have someone further investigate the property
Yeah,
and
'cause
what DEP and,
I personally
EPA
read these
states.
twice, and, one of them in here, where is it? I just was reading it again. This one here says at the bottom, after further review of an aerial photo, surface and subsurface soil samples were also taken. No evidence of Tower Chemical Company waste was found. Low amounts of benzo something and Arlo 1260 were found. These levels were well below EPA's cleanup level. There is no further action to anticipate from EPA. So I don't know. Right, but what I'm saying is, there's a lot to digest here, and we really can't do it in this atmosphere. So we're gonna have to figure out when we can bring it back to council, if we wanna bring it back, and then put it on the agenda and talk about it.
Can we bring it back next month? And then that way to be 110% sure? There's two things at stake, safety,
Yep.
health, well, three things, and then also financial liability.
Yeah, well, first we gotta see if the council wants to bring it back, which I would think they would. And then we have to see what we have on the agendas, and hopefully we can get it back next month.
Okay. I'm for it. I want all this to end up on next month's agenda, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Okay,
I think the accusation
don't bother
is,
me with that stuff, okay? We're talking to the people up here.
I think the accusation is that there were documents not submitted. And I think for Grant's sake, I think we do need to clear this up.
Right.
For his sake. I don't want, I mean, personally, I'm gonna
Talk
be
about
honest,
bringing it back?
personally, I do not want this lingering over him or this town, nobody on this. And I do think that that's something that we need to talk about.
I
mean,
agree.
can we do?
I'm saying that I agree.
Oh, I'm
not
sorry. No,
arguing.
I get that part. I'm sort of asking, I guess, could we do it, even if we have to do it? I know they're, sorry, guys, sorry. I don't know how much they're gonna like it, but can we do a closed door, legal?
I don't think we need to.
Sorry, I have to ask.
I think we should do public meetings.
All right.
Because I want the public to hear everything that I'm hearing.
Okay,
you know.
all right.
Vice Mayor, are you on board with putting this on the January agenda and having staff look into it?
My first question, is there any other information out there that has not been brought forward?
About the dump specifically, or?
Correct. I mean, information that you're aware of that has not been presented to this council.
That
Well,
would be
aside from
next
the
meeting.
PowerPoint, I understand that, but I've received emails. This was dropped on me tonight, okay? So the only other thing that we didn't have tonight was the PowerPoint. So if I'm interpreting this correctly, a bulk of your presentation relied on that PowerPoint, is that correct?
It was part of the PowerPoint, but it was the fine points of the whole 300 pages. You have links in the letter from our attorney
Yes.
that are links to the EPA on the entire thing. You can spend 20 hours like I did that I couldn't really show you all. I'm an expert on it now. And I'm telling you, if
Okay.
there's impacts on
All right, let's move this on.
Okay,
You-
and just one other question on
Okay.
behalf of Mr. Roberts. Is there any information that you haven't brought forward that you care to do from this point going?
I don't think they can.
I don't think, yeah.
A little closer. No.
It's not working.
Grab him, run him another microphone. It'll come on in a minute.
So during the application process, I wasn't aware of the link that DEP had on the entire file. So I was picking through actual physical documents during that process that I did have access to. I was presented with that link that had everything when we took out a mortgage against the property. So then I had the full picture. I did not have it prior to that.
Okay. All right, so the answer to both sides of the issue is that is it in terms of information, with the exception of the PowerPoint. And yes, in the back.
So, I'm sorry, sorry, we
my
can't do that
bad.
without people coming
I
up.
really don't want to do it this
Yeah.
way, all right?
Yeah.
Do you want to have it come up into another meeting or not? If you would want to bring it up, that's what Brian's asking you, if you want to bring it up to another meeting.
Again, I want to clear
Let
the
me
air.
get the answer from her
Oh,
first.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Put it on the agenda.
Okay, we got that. You want to put it on the agenda, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, we're gonna, I think it's obvious we want to put it on an agenda. And of course, the agendas are done in advance, so we're gonna have to see what we can do for January. But I would think we could do it at least by February, at the least, I mean, at the most by February. So we're gonna have to see what happens.
Well, council, I guess the question I need to know, sorry, folks,
Can we be quiet, please? We're just end the meeting.
the question for council, if you want someone to review that, obviously we got to look at what that's going to do. If you want an engineer to review it, environmental specialist to review it, someone independent, because it's obviously, there's different letters, different things out there. You can say what it is, but how are you, without an expert coming to giving an evaluation, we're kind of back to that. And going back to the process, I just want to remind, and so people know what the process is when you do a conditional use permit, it's a land review case. So we're really talking about a little bit of a zoning change. So we have an application process. The applicant turns in what's required by the code. There's different things, how does it affect traffic? How does this affect the neighborhood? There's different things along that line. Staff reviews what's turned in, make a recommendation off what's turned in. You have a quasi-judicial hearing, which is like a court case where you guys preside over the evidence presented in the case. And there was, at that time, the only thing environmental, I think, that got brought up, there was a letter, and I'm just summarizing, I don't 100% remember, it was a long time ago, it was a DEP letter. Then I think there was something from another resident that sent something about the Tower Chemical, but it had the wrong alt key number. It was literally the Tower Chemical site on 455 that was brought. So that's the only thing I remember being brought up in that meeting specifically. There may have been more, but that's all I recall. But with that said, normally there's, it's not in our code for us to do an environmental phase 2, phase 3 process. We've never done that, so there's not an expectation we would do it this time. Obviously, now there's more information out there, so I come back to the question is if we're going to have a hearing, and I'm not even sure if we can have a hearing. I'm not sure what we're reviewing. We'll have to kind of look at the legal standpoint of what we can do. See, he has a property right now, we have a concern, so we got to figure out how to address that, and we need to do analysis of the information's out there to give you guys good information to make a decision. So and I'm not sure, do we even need to bring that back on the agenda to expend the money, or can they give me direction to?
I think the question really to council is, do you want us to hire someone to look at the documents, look at the links, and then bring you back an opinion?
A third party, outside.
An independent.
Right, an
Yeah, it would have to
outside,
be. Yeah, we don't have
someone
anybody.
qualified in that
Correct.
environmental area. Correct.
I would say yes.
I think that is a good idea.
Grant,
I also agree.
Okay.
Do we need a motion?
No, I think we have a consensus to do that, so we will hire someone to do that, and as soon as we have their report, we'll bring that back to you.
Okay, all righty. Guys, gotta stay in control, please. Just keep on moving. We're gonna hire a third consultant, somebody that's not even part of the town or not part of the development, and they're gonna have to analyze everything, bring it back to council.
Are we still looking at January then? Because I'm assuming, Grant, you're going to
She
probably
said
need council.
She doesn't know yet.
You're gonna need,
There's no way to
you can probably get with your attorney on this, I'm assuming.
We're gonna rush it as fast as we can. Hopefully we can get it by February, I would say. January would be a pretty big rush. All righty, how can we help you?
It's intense here. Oof. So, my name is Damini, and I stand here tonight not only as a resident of this beautiful little town, Montverde, but as someone who deeply loves it. I moved here 2 years ago from India after marrying my husband Eric, and every day since then I felt something special about this place, something peaceful, something magical, almost like living in a little hobbiton of our own. The gentle hills, the greenery, the lakes. This town is beautiful. It has so much more potential. Over the past few months, I've also been observing something else, a growing disconnect between people, politically, socially, and emotionally. Sometimes it feels as though we are living side by side, but not with each other. This is the first time I'm speaking. It's a little making me nervous.
You're doing good.
Yet, when I made a simple Facebook post yesterday, asking our community to come together, the response was overwhelming. And that showed me something important. People here want connection. People here miss community. People here are longing for unity. So am I. This isn't just a Montverde issue, by the way. It is a national issue. Studies have shown more than half of Americans feel lonely, emotionally disconnected. And 63% of young adults today are considering moving to the other countries. Not because they don't love their country, but because they're seeking meaning, connection, safety, opportunity, and community. I don't want that to happen here to this magical, beautiful town. I want people to live here. I want the kids to grow up and want to be living here and support the community. I want the kids to grow up in a community that feels alive, feels like a family. So they never feel the need to run away, looking for something else. And this is why I'm speaking here tonight. The future is here, and we must be prepared. I get a front row seat in the AI world right now because of my husband. He's an AI expert, very well known in Orlando. And because of him, I get to know the depth of what is happening right now. This moment right now we are living is not a normal, it's historic. Aren't you guys feeling it? The transition that we are entering is not an option. It has become a necessity, not only to survive the world that is coming, but to thrive in it. AI is reshaping the job market faster than many realize. Over 1 million people in the US have already lost jobs this year due to automation. And 59% of young Americans say they fear AI will take their future jobs. Is this the future we want to grow? Is this the future we want our kids to grow in fear? No, I don't think so. Scientists agree on one thing. People will have to reinvent their skills, reinvent their work, reinvent their communities. Because when traditional jobs change or disappear, people turn to entrepreneurship, skilled crafts and trades, community support, gig and creative economies, localized economic system, which means small town like ours must be prepared. Our size is our strength. Because we are small, we can move fast, we can adapt to change faster, be prepared for future. A vision for Montverde. I see Montverde as a global village where individual intelligence grows and collective intelligence flourishes. A village that honors past, present, and future. I'm sorry I cannot look at you guys like this. A village of past where elders share wisdom. A village of present where creators, solopreneurs, gardeners, homesteaders, artists, small business owners support each other instead of competing. Where local talent is uplifted and celebrated, where community is built in hand in hand. A village of future which is technologically advanced, which uses AI responsibly, not to replace people, but to uplift, where innovation walks alongside tradition, where imagination is as important as information. Last night, I attended a global permaculture gathering hosted by EcoVersity. One of the speakers was Tony Cho, a visionary who helped shape Wynwood District in Miami, and now advocates for sustainable regenerative future cities. His words lit something inside me. I realized we have everything we need to build something extraordinary right here in our town, Montverde. We just need to activate it, repurposing what we already have. The library, the awesome library that we just built, turn them into an innovation center, a place where kids learn AI, robotics, coding, and creativity. A partnership with Montverde Academy, since they're already here. Why not utilize all the resources that the council, the town, and the residents have worked so hard for to make it available to us? Then why not utilize those towards our future? A cultural space where elders share stories, a community garden classroom for kids to learn to grow food. We already have horse tracks, we already have land, we have talent, we have infrastructure. All we need is a direction and will. A self-sustaining local economy. A thriving future for Montverde means creating circular local economy. One where values circulate within the town instead of leaving it. This means supporting local business owners, encouraging entrepreneurship, connecting solopreneurs, farmers, craftsmen, innovators, creating opportunities for the youth to build life right here, not somewhere else. We have everything right here. It's so beautiful. This is how small town survives waves of change through resilience, creativity, and connection. What is coming right now through AI is beyond our imagination. My husband, if you have any questions, you're most welcome to reach out to him personally, speak to him, learn about the future. And we have to be prepared for it. There is no other option. And the only way we are prepared is if we all come together, irrespective of what side we are on. We must be on the side of growth. Growth, individual growth first, and the collective growth. Because this is the only thing which is going to help us thrive. Otherwise, AI is going to take over.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Farmer Banks Helfrich, Clay Road District, South Lake County. Farm tip of the day, you can plant lettuce now. You can put lettuce seeds into the ground. And the great thing about lettuce is you can get 3 harvests from one single plant. As you grow it, just clip the leaves. Don't pull up the roots. And you can have salads for 3 months, up to 3 months. Mayor, council, distinguished guests. Where has compassion gone in our country? We are divided, we are separated, we are siloed to our own ideologies politically. We have been separated. Our mothers and fathers, our brothers, our sisters, our friends, our neighbors are put into these 2 areas. Our enemies look at us and delight because we are not fighting them, we are fighting each other. So what can we do? We need a unifier. We need someone who does not yell or scream, but listens and hears. We need someone who is not a politician or a policymaker, that is not a celebrity or an actor, yet we need someone who, when they look into the mirror, they see the unifier. America needs us to come out and to bring us together, to take that olive branch and to reach across the aisle to make sure that we can come together. So the next time you look into the mirror, look for that compassion, because that is what we need most. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. May you all be blessed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, I wasn't going to speak, but my wife,
She's convincing.
she's convincing. See why I married her? My name's Eric B. Delisle. I have that cabin up there on Ridgewood, 16829 Ridgewood Avenue. I've been here about 15 years. And this is one hell of a town. Originally from the mountains of western Massachusetts, country boy. And I bought this cabin because it reminded me of home. And I remember, 40, 50 years ago, we had community, When my wife moved here 2 years ago, it took us 5 years to get her a visa to get into this country. She kind of looks like a terrorist. Just saying. But she said, she says, wow, look at this place. Now, she's from Mumbai. There's 1.4 billion people in India. I moved there during COVID to get out of this craziness. But she moved here and she looked around and she's like, this is incredible. Like, my God, look what you guys have here. And she says to me, well, who are your neighbors? And I'm ashamed to say, I don't know. I don't know. I've been a busy entrepreneur for a long time and didn't know most of my neighbors. I knew, well, one of them died. I knew him. And anyway, all I like to say is just a couple things to maybe everybody consider with what my wife wanted to share. She came to me today. She says, Eric, I want to go to this thing tonight. I said, all right, I appreciate it. I think I've about time for me to step up and participate. And I have great respect for everybody sitting here because you guys do this, and I haven't. So here I am. Got to start sometime, and I'm committed to being a better participant and a better resident here. But I too have the same vision my wife has. We want to start a family next year, and we want to raise our kids here. And she's questioning me about, well, do we really want to do that here? Maybe we should go back to India because, this place looks like hell to raise kids in. That's kind of sad. I don't agree with it either.
No, I don't agree with what you just said.
What that? What's that?
I don't agree with you said this.
Okay, all right, come on.
No, I didn't say that. No, don't misunderstand me. What I'm saying is, she was questioning, whether or not we should raise our kids here versus somewhere else. And I'm saying that, no, absolutely, this is a great place that you could raise kids. Yeah, no, sorry if I... But my point is that there's this incredible opportunity, and, when we see all this, back and forth and fight, and I think, we had somebody show up at our house today. I won't say who it was, but when she posted that thing on Facebook, it caused a little storm. I'm not really on Facebook much, but somebody shows up at our house today and says, I don't want to say anything on Facebook, but I just wanted you to know I support what you're saying. And I thought about this from a marketing perspective, and I thought, man, they say everybody's willing to complain in reviews. It's like easy. People complain. But for every one person that says something good, there's like 50 people behind them that just don't take the time. And this person took their time to get in their car, drive to our home, knock on my door, and come tell my wife that they supported her message about unity in this town. What it says to me is that people like me aren't doing our jobs, showing up and, you know, recognizing this is a great place. Because I think we're all hungry for connection and we're all hungry for that stuff. So I just wanted to come up and say, you know, I agree. And I want to leave you with one thing. I am an expert in AI. I've taught at University of Central Florida. I've taught there at the business college. I've Rollins, a lot of stuff. We got about 2-3 more years, and in this country and most countries worldwide, we're going to see in excess of 40% unemployment. 40%. This country goes crazy if we get up around 6 or 7% unemployment. But it's coming, guys. I'm actually one of the guys building the hammer that automates and puts people out of business, so I know it very well. But it's coming. And when she says she's got a front row seat watching it, this is what she's referring to. You may not know about this. You could do a little search online if you want to learn how to talk to AI. It'll tell you what's coming. But it's coming. The asteroid already hit this planet a few years ago, and there's a giant 700-mile high tidal wave screaming across the open ocean. And most people are standing around still on the beach drinking a pina colada, thinking it's a bright sunny day, and it is, until that wall of water is right there in your face. So, with that being said, guys, I have great respect for y'all. Again, I thank you for doing what you do, because I'm not doing it. So, and I can recognize that. And to all my fellow citizens here in Montverde, thank you, and I hope to meet some more of you and have a cup of coffee with you. So, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to talk to the council? Come on up.
Mike Whitten, 17635 Broad Street. On a positive note here, you did a great job there, Paul, and the staff. I mean, this is probably the best looking Christmas we've had as far as the lights and everything go. So, kudos, buddy. Another thing, I've brought this up before. It'd be nice if we could just have somebody come out here a couple times a year. I mean, there's not a household around here that doesn't have nothing as far as waste goes, whether it's a can of oil, a pesticide. Maybe Waste Pro or whatever could come out here a couple times a year where we could, you know, instead of this stuff ending up in a garbage can, going to the dump. So it's something to think about. I think it's advantageous to the town, everything else. One other thing, Sean, hats off to you for calling out Kroger. My neighbor's going to lose her job. And a big company like that, there's no excuse. So, you know, bend them over and hit them where it hurts. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody else? Come on up.
I'll make this quick. Mike Salvi, 17416 4th Street. Just to echo the community aspect that a lot of people would like to build in this town. It brings to mind the community center we have. I don't know if there's any developments on that or if there's access to it, if certain groups want to get together once a week or once a month and have a place to meet. That would be an ideal spot, or some place like that, to whatever someone's interest is, whether it's gardening, yoga, bingo, I don't know. But, you know, that would help bring the community together too, if there was a place to meet on a regular basis and have activities like that. So what's the policy on the community center? Is it usable or not right now?
Go ahead.
No, the community center right now is closed. I'm allowing a few small little groups, like a committee or something, to get in there. It's just not safe right now.
Okay.
Until we get some more inspections done on it.
We do have our little, it's not little, meeting room in the library that I'm sure you could use.
Do something, yeah.
It fits what, about 15 people, 18 people?
You guys had talked about bingo. Where did you do that? Was that in the community center when you did that in the past?
Yeah.
So there's really no place to do something like that?
Kobe put it out of business and we haven't started it back up.
Okay. So there's really no place right now other than that small room to do
No,
something?
it takes, it's 40 to 50 people for bingo. and
Okay.
that Can't do it.
Yeah,
again.
I was just, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Talk to council? No, you can't come up twice, sorry. Thank you, sorry. All righty, well, let's move on to the agenda. You want to go through department committees and reports?
Yep, thank you, Mayor and Council. In your packets is the grant tracking reimbursement form, so you'll find that. Also is the fire rescue report in your packet. And the impact fee summary report is in your packet for your review. And just a couple quick things. I know we're running long, so I won't be long. Just want to welcome Iman onto our staff. So she's hiding back there. So if you get a chance to say hello to Iman. I want to start off obviously by thanking all of our volunteers and our town hall team for really working hard to put together a great Christmas. Also want to thank our library staff, Kathleen and Sandy and Hillary, and also Kalina from Montverde Academy. Every year they do the angel tree for our community, and they collected 131 Christmases for foster children that are part of the Guardian ad litem, and they're all in this area. So 131 Christmases they were able to provide this year, which is incredible. That's the highest we've ever done. And I know many of you here were angels, and thank you for being angels, and that's just something special we get to do every year in the town of Montverde. And with that, I know we have a list of capital projects. Just for time's sake, I'm just going to real quickly hit the water and the stormwater Shafi grants. And if you have questions, I'll just answer them if you have any others. Both of those projects, they are still in the facility plan DEP review. I did see an email actually today where they have opened up the review process for us, which is finally there. So someone's finally looking at them in the process. So as soon as we hear back from DEP, then we can move on to the next phase. And I'll leave it at that unless council has any questions.
No. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go on to our town attorney if you have any. All right, thank you. And our town planner, Lisa.
I can give a brief report. We've been busy reviewing permit applications, the usual pools, fences, single-family homes in Willow Ridge still. And office hours are going really well on Wednesdays. We were super busy last week, Wednesday. We had about 4 or 5 back-to-back meetings, so appreciate the opportunity to be there and serve. Thank you.
Thank you for doing it. We appreciate your help.
I actually had a question for Paul, and I apologize. I'm out of. We went so fast, I didn't get a chance to ask you. I have a couple things for you. Is it possible to get website stats? Is our system set up for that? Like just maybe popular pages that people are visiting on our site?
Lisa, you looked into that. I don't recall what you came back with.
I can reach back out to the webmaster again, but he said that there wasn't like a full access to analytics, but he could do some select analytics for us. So we can get some updated analytics from him.
Okay.
Apparently there's a privacy issue on public websites.
Okay, that would be.
But we'll check in with him
That one's
again.
beyond me when it comes to that part there. I understand the stats, but not when it comes to the public website. Okay. Question, I wanted to come back to the comp time that I had asked about, and I guess I wanted to clarify it a little bit. I'm not looking for anything special on that. I was just looking for what you give to the mayor, because he had mentioned he already reviews it. I'm just looking for the same thing that you provide him for all of the council.
Yeah, I think where we left off at the council, I was going to provide it at the end of every quarter. So Q4 is just getting ready to end. So I'll probably get, since I'm going to have some PTO coming up, I'll try to get out here in the next week or two.
Just simple. Yep. I know what you. Okay. One of the questions I wanted to ask was in reference to the parade. There were 3 council members that were missing from that. I didn't get an invite. I don't know if the other two that were missing didn't get an invite or if they.
I didn't get an invite either, just so you know.
Okay. I spoke with some residents and they did find it a little odd that the rest of the council wasn't there if they wanted to be. And honestly, had I known that was going on, I would have participated. And considering there was a 6-seated golf cart with 3 empty seats and there was 1, 2, and 3 here, it would have been nice. It would have shown a lot of unity to the town if all 5 of us would have been in that golf cart doing
Well,
it.
I do agree with that, and I wish you had thought to ask, because that's what I did.
All right. Maybe in the future we can include council.
Yeah, I didn't send out any personal invites. Carol and Joe were here and they say, how can I help? What I can do? I said, take the golf cart around, throw candy out. And they did it last year, so they showed up. So you're welcome at any time. Please offer to help. We always need help, especially the day of. I'd love to see all the council members out there volunteering.
And just for clarification, this was the first year that I did it. I didn't do it last year, so before everybody jumps on the truth train about that. And yeah, I ask.
No worries. All right. I mean, again, not to be the Grinch here, right? But all right. And then the no mag terrace, that obviously is a question that I wanted to bring up here, that it didn't, you guys, I guess we didn't go through mag terrace and a resident had reached out to you in reference to that. And I think the response was safety.
So our parade route is a little over 2 hours right now. And the first year we did it when it was 5 hours, the fire department was like, you guys are going to have Santa pass out. It's 80 degrees and he's in a big red robe. We've done the same 2-hour route for the last 3 years I've been here. We've reduced the route. Right now we're over with Lake County. So what they have to do is they pull their crew off. They have to stage another crew in the area for backup. I use them 5 hours for the Christmas event, in addition to the 2.5 hours for the parade that they're off duty. So we're 8+ hours where they're paying OT and everything. So it's more of a common courtesy. We just don't have, we don't have a volunteer fire department anymore. But the route, the resident was upset because their Pacific subdivision was excluded. And it went right down the middle of it. So all they had to do was walk to the road to the end of the section, a 4-minute walk. But everybody's was like that. It went down the main route. We didn't drive in front of the Pines. We didn't drive in front of Long Ridge. We went down the main roads and did a circle. And yes, we do hit a couple of the county ones. We didn't drive through the middle of Willow Ridge. We went to the roundabout and did a circle. So, again, that was a 2-hour parade route. It's all volunteers that are in there and 90% county resources. So we do hit, we go through and hit a couple of the county sections. But the highlight, if you ask anybody that's on that, is honestly going through our mobile home park around the corner, because that's where all the kids are. And if you saw those pictures, that's what makes it worth them for the volunteering.
I guess what I'm asking is, it could have made a left or a right in Mag Terrace and just went through that.
Why them and nobody else? Why are they special? Where we ignore all the other subdivisions. See, I try to be fair and equal.
Right.
And that's what it comes down to. All they had to do is walk to the center.
And
that's all they had to do.
The center being Ridgewood.
Ridgewood.
Correct.
Yes.
Which is a 35-mile-per-hour road for kids.
I'm just not going to play favorites. That's the reality is. It was easy. It was an easy walk for them, just as it is for all the other Franklin Pond, all the subdivisions. We go down the main road.
Yeah, not in anybody's defense, but we had FHP behind us, who was very loud, by the way, with the sirens, and nobody went past him. So everybody was safe that was in front of us.
Again, I would argue for all of our communities, honestly. It's not just one community. So, just so we're clear on that. I do think that we need to maybe look at our path a little better to make sure we are hitting.
It would be 6 hours if we hit every community. 6 hours.
I was just about to ask, is there a time limit that we can keep the fire truck in the paramedics
2 hours seems reasonable. It's not. Close my mouth there, but it seems like a 2-hour parade route seems reasonable.
And again, I'm just going to throw this out to council. What about doing an actual parade, and then residents come to
Who's
that
going to? We are running around with our heads chopped off. Who's going to do it? Well, you can't ask staff to do anymore.
No,
the volunteers, we have the same volunteers that show up to do every single time, Mr. Morganelli. Who's going to do it? If you guys want to do a parade,
volunteers would be nice.
Right, but you're arguing that the 2 hours, a parade is, I'm just saying literally a 30-minute parade. And everyone comes
so
to the
you're going to
parade.
make it shorter then?
Yeah, but again, all of the residents could come somewhere safe then, since we're talking safety.
Who is unsafe? I'm talking more about Santa.
I'm talking about the safety that was brought up. That was the reason why we did.
The safety is I can't have volunteers sitting in the back of the truck for 3, 4, 5 hours in 80 degrees with a robe.
So a parade would be 30 minutes. I'm just saying, I mean, anyway, all right, moving on.
Yep. But again, I would encourage you, please come out and volunteer and participate and see one first. Then it would just makes it seems how you, when you make recommendations, I think you would understand it a little bit better, just personally.
I know, it sounds like you're putting it onto me a little bit on this one, and the reality is I've always been available for anything related to residents. So I would have, had I known this was going to participate, if this was happening, I absolutely would have came out. I helped last year with putting all the decorations up, and again, I don't want to speak for the other two council members. I'll speak just for myself on this. I would have participated. Sorry, I would have participated in that then. All right. Another question I had was, have we looked at Civic Plus? I think you had mentioned doing that at one point. Civic Plus, the software package for our website and for like permitting and things like that. I know we had talked about that and we were going to bring it back. And I just wanted to see if you had any further progress. I know Howie in the Hills uses it. Their website's quite nice. Their calendar is beautiful. I think it's something we should look at as well. So I just don't know if you had a chance or not to do that.
Yeah, so the staff for the permitting and code enforcement, the staff looked at all the things. They want to switch over to iWorks, which is also used by other communities in the area. It's not necessarily the website, but utilizing iWorks, it seems to be, they're actually going to give us a pretty good deal on it to move forward with that. Iman is actually in the process, so she's only a week and 2 days into it. So she's already researching and just got access the other day to the website. She's going to start making some large improvements, and she's already researched a couple apps. So we're going to be launching an app probably by the second quarter next year, and that's going to tie everything together with the Facebook, the app, and the website. So we're working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Not necessarily Civics Plus, but we're working on it.
Alrighty, let's go back to this. County Commissioner, got anything for us?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, council members, and residents. I just want to say thank you very much for a beautiful, wonderful experience. Light Up Montverde, I thought was very well. My wife came, we were a little bit late, but we enjoyed it. My son came as well. It's amazing. I will tell you that having been to all 14 cities, and I'm not just saying this, Montverde is the most Christmas city.
You say that to everybody.
No, I don't. I'm on the record. This year, everybody gets a fair shake every year, and that my little informal contest, but I will tell you that Montverde is definitely the best at Christmas. So amazing job around here. Yeah. I even told people they need to come and get their Christmas pictures for next year's cards here in Montverde. This is like the hallmark moment here.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I was there.
Other than that, just real quick on what Mike brought up about Kroger, that was obviously a very big deal for us over the past 2 weeks in Lake County. I am happy to report that actually today Kroger wired the last 3 years worth of incentives that they received from the county.
Oh, wow.
You know how that works is so they were on a 10-year deal with us. So each year, if they met the criteria, they would have received a certain portion back of their property tax. They had to pay it first, and then we sent it back, trust but verify. So they got the last 3 years. They met that criteria in spades. But as I had said, and some of you had heard me say in the media recently, it's really a 10-year deal. So you may have met the first 3 years, but you didn't meet the last 7 years you're pulling out now. So we were successful, our attorney, both based off of, well, not just me, but the entire commission went and challenged that. And so we did receive the rest of those funds back today officially from Kroger. Those funds were wired back to the county. So that was good news. So all the incentives have come back. A lot of discussion about incentives. Certainly a very useful tool, helped us attract Kroger. We're competing on nationwide for that employment center, competing with other locations 4 or 5 years ago in the southeast, and even a couple locations here within Central Florida. Those incentives at the time, and just being business friendly, going out of your way to actually meet with those officials really seal the deal for us. But fortunately, they made a decision. They pulled out, even just 6 weeks ago, telling us me personally, that and our staff that they were actually expanding. So it was quite a surprise that all this happened. But we'll close the chapter on that, at least from the incentive standpoint. There's an event out there tomorrow, a job fair, I guess if you call it that. We'll have people there trying to direct people that are concerned they're losing their jobs as of February 1st towards any kind of training they might achieve, other opportunities for employment that are open around Central Florida and even around the state. That fair will be happening tomorrow on site with Kroger. They actually were supportive of that. And there's another one that's going to come up as well. So I want to thank also the Department of Commerce had the discussion with Secretary Kelly, and they were also very supportive and understanding of our situation. So we'll start closing the chapter on the book on that, I guess, a chapter of the book on that. Obviously, heart goes out to everybody that has lost their jobs, and that's where we're going next, is just to try to help them do as much as possible. Just on one other final quick note, again, we learned today also that Okada, because this is a Kroger-Okada partnership, Okada is now, I don't know if it's suing or asking for about $400 million back from Kroger, because that is the approximation of the automation and robotic equipment that was actually in that building that they built. So we'll hear, that'll be the next chapter. We'll see how that goes. But I appreciate it, and we are blessed here. I am happy to serve and looking forward to being of service to you in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go through the council. How about Carol, do you have something?
Yeah, actually. And I think this may kind of dovetail nicely with some of the comments that were made concerning the library and the use. I know that we have some residents who have artistic talents, and the money's lifted, and some that are yoga instructors. I would like to utilize the library in off hours to offer some of these things. Again, my focus is on the seniors, but to see if there are local artisans that are interested in setting up training classes or small shops for our senior citizens to come in and again have a place in the library to sit down and participate in artwork or yoga, minor fitness, anything like that, whatever the artisans or the seniors would like to do. And circle back to the bingo, that is the only thing that is missing right now. There is the opportunity to partner up with one of the churches, but that's asking them to take on an expense to house it, their electric, their air conditioning, yada yada yada. I think it's just cleaner and easier if we can keep it all under the auspices of the town, which is why whichever one comes along first, hopefully it's the room in the library, and if not that, the permanent location. Once the fire station is in and we get the firehouse back, there's nice room in there to have many people come and play bingo. So all of those activities will be limited in size because there's a limited space in the library that's available. The idea is that it doesn't take any time away from the operating hours of the library, doesn't take any time from those who staff the library, but it does open up the library to other purposes and other uses for the senior residents of Montverde. So give that some thought, and I'll bring it back around at the next council meeting and have it put on agenda, and we can decide if we want to take action and move forward then.
Sounds good.
The only other thing that I ask, Montverde, I go across the street, I ask, how can I help? What can I do? And every time I look out there, it is that 80-20, probably closer to 90-10. You have 10% of the people, and they are married to somebody on staff. There are a few residents who come out and help, but I ask, how can I help with Montverde? I ask, how can I help in setting up light up Montverde. I ask, how can I help with the butterfly? I ask the questions. How, other than sitting in this council chair as a resident, how can I help Montverde? And that's how I got included to write on that. That's how I ended up in the parade. I ask. I'm surprised as all get out that the three of y'all didn't do that. If you want to know, it was somewhat disappointing and surprising to think that I was the only one who thought to ask.
I was there.
You were required. That's your duties as a mayor, so you don't get off the hook, okay? Who didn't have to be there, all right, was Santa's elf didn't have to be there.
Well,
but
they know
she was
now
there.
that
She all
Joe
3
and
years
Brian, they
volunteering.
know to ask, and I'm sure they'll
Yeah,
ask.
and I'm not calling out council members, okay? Because I honestly, I think that's on me in, all right? I think the majority of that goes right over their heads, okay? They don't think that way, all right? But I'm going to say the same thing to those listening and those sitting here. If you want things done, then help us get them done. Participate. Ask, what can you do to help? We hear everybody when they come and talk to the mic, and then you're looking for action from us, and it's slow in coming, but you're going to get it. It may not be what you're looking for, but what can you do? Come and ask. There's always something. If you're out walking your animal, walk in the park, there's a piece of trash, pick it up. Do something. Do something besides coming to the council meetings, please. And that's it. Amen. Hallelujah. I'm done.
Hey, Eddie, do you have anything else you want? Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I do. Go ahead. Rest assured, it didn't go over my head on that comment.
Well, I don't want it to go over your head. I want it to stick now.
Well,
Okay,
you have a better relationship than I do with our town manager and our attorney.
You talk.
I try.
Well, I don't know.
I understand. You're not in my shoes. You're not in my
I'm
calls.
not.
You
we're
don't
different
see.
personalities.
We absolutely
yeah.
are.
Let's move on. Come on.
Okay, so I have a couple things tonight. Interesting. That was your discussion because you'll like mine. I met with a couple residents that sort of gave me the strength, and some of this is a little bit hard to say to you guys. I'm someone who never says something behind someone's back. I won't say it to their face. That's just me. That's my personality. So the question came up to me is, Joe, what do you stand for? That's really what it was. It seems like you vote no a lot. So I thought about it, and my response, I vote no because I see a lack of transparency and poor follow-through, financial risks to residents. I'm going to go back to the sewer plant. That was a major plan backed by the same decision makers that resulted in eminent domain, and then finally residents got together and stopped that plant. Now those funds are being repurposed without accountability, that I feel, for what went wrong. We have never went back and actually looked at what went wrong for that project to fail. I'm not against improvements. I'm against rushing into projects without proving we can manage them responsible. You all deserve oversight, transparency, and protection from rising taxes. Until I see that, I will continue voting cautiously. I don't vote no because I'm anti-growth, anti-improvement. I'm voting no because I'm 100% resident. My job isn't to say yes sitting up here. My job is to safeguard your trust, your tax dollars, and your quality of life. So I have that part, and then I have one last thing, and this is something that it's a little harder, it's even harder for me to actually say because it's something I've been sitting on for a couple months, and sometimes you have to pull a Band-Aid off to heal the wound. So I want to take a moment and talk about leadership, because leadership affects every resident, every decision, and the future of this town. During my time on council, I've experienced moments that were honestly discouraging. On several occasions, the mayor has expressed to me that he wished I had spent more time serving on planning and zoning before running for council. He openly stated during the election that he hoped anyone other than insert candidate here would win, including me. That is his right to feel it. I can respect that. But it revealed something important. The council here, up here, it's in front of you, is divided. And the division isn't coming from you guys as residents. It's coming from the tone set up here. Good leadership looks different. A good leader brings people together, even when they disagree. A good leader encourages open dialogue, invites differing opinions, because that is how stronger decisions are actually made. and a good leader does not spend time recruiting new candidates to run against sitting council members instead of working on healing the division that already exists. I have repeatedly requested a strategic planning workshop, a chance for all of us on council to come together, look residents in the eye, set a unified vision for Montverde, not because it benefits me, but benefits the town. Those residents have not been supported. Yet in the absence of real teamwork, we see energy being put into political recruitment for the next election cycle. I want residents to know I did not run for council for favors or friendships. I ran because I care about this community and I stand with the residents every single day. I ask questions because that's my responsibility. I scrutinize on spending because it's your tax dollars, my tax dollars. I push back on unchecked growth because I believe in protecting this small, beautiful town that we have and the character that it is. Leadership is not agreeing with me. Leadership is about showing up, engaging, listening, and working toward common goals. And until this town has leadership committed to collaboration rather than division, we will continue to struggle. But as I sit in the seat, I will continue to advocating for transparency, accountability, responsible growth, and meaningful engagement with all of you. I will continue showing up fully present and fully committed because that is what you all deserve. Thank you.
All righty, thank you very much. Brian?
I can't top any of those, so I have nothing.
Matt?
Yeah, there was a couple things on your list that I just wanted to go over. The playground and the boat ramp. Just seeing if there's any updates on those two.
Sure. The Playground, the Vision Committee actually has met twice since the last council meeting. They're working on creating a sponsorship there was a little bit of gap in funding, as you recall, and they want to go out and see if we can get a couple sponsors to fill that gap so the council could move forward with the playground. I would expect, I am going to, so we can get a real cost, I'm going to put an RFP out probably January, somewhere in that ballpark, so we can get an expense. Then the Vision Committee will kind of present what came back with that RFP and see if you guys want to move forward with that. And again, that's funded in the budget. And I'm sorry,
Those playground and the boat ramp.
the boat ramp. So on the boat ramp, the Ferndale, they're building a 30 plus 40-foot tower at the Ferndale Preserve. And they're utilizing that boat ramp, and that project has just started. So until that gets done, once that gets done, we had an agreement where the county was going to provide us $100,000 to go to that boat ramp. So it's just been delayed and delayed. We're going to have to go back and probably seek some additional grant funding to do that. Part of that funding that we had was that DEP 1.8 million that we had, and the Lake County Water Authority, we had a $200,000 with them. The DEP, this Porter project will actually probably be the last project we get under that grant cycle. It's been 3 years old. And the $200,000, Lake County also pulled that back and wants us to reapply this next grant cycle. And they said they'll give it back to us. They just want the project a little further along.
Gotcha. And then the last thing was, it's something that me and you talked about previously, but the library hours. Can you just explain why they're limited to the town hours?
Sure. It's just a start right now. It's just more of a staffing issue. And it's also to give. Right now we have kind of a 7 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and we do get a surge early in the morning and late in the evening, so it allows it to be open during the hours. And I know as you look at staffing, you're like, well, if we divide this staff and that staff, but I got to have at least 2 people in the library at all times. But if I pull a staff off of their duty to go do library duty, then they're not doing their other duty that we're hired to do. So it's trying to find a balance, and it's really going to be a budget question. So I think it's something that we could, if we take it into consideration, maybe it's something we could look at in a future workshop, but really it's going to be, I think, a money question we have to look. And then, we got the big elephant in the room. If the state takes property taxes, it looks like something's going to come on the ballot. That's going to be a pretty severe cut. And from my understanding, Lake County is going to probably end their library, and they're the whole back end of us. And that's going to be traumatic for the library system. So there's just a lot of things hanging out there. So I don't have a direct answer for you, but this is the first time since I've been here I've had a full staff. We've actually had every position full. So it's kind of exciting. So we're hoping to get caught up on the stuff that we haven't been able to get caught up on, websites, for example. And some of the, we're just really slammed with a lot of planning stuff, and that's just taking a lot of resources and time. The $30 million, dollars in grant projects, we got to get that out the door. So that's really, it's just a resource issue at the moment.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anita, do you have any updates at all about the property tax?
No, I mean, what ended up coming out of it was a lot of different proposals on the elimination of property tax, whether it was additional reductions or additional exemptions, a phasing period for reducing or eliminating the property tax except for on schools. So we'll see it come up when the legislative session starts back up in January.
And I note they did recently add to all the bills, because that was cities, we can't afford public safety. I think all the bills now have a clause in it where you can't reduce your public safety below this year's budget. Was something they added to that, so that's going to really be a double challenge for a lot of cities.
Well, I saw one of them was that they proposing that they do away with the taxes on over 65 homesteaded properties. I'm all for that.
I did have a quick question. So I guess from the planning standpoint, like, should we be looking into what the town is going to have to do, like, ahead of time, or are we just waiting until it passes and then kind of figure it out then?
Well, here's how it works, from what I understand, correct if I'm wrong, is by March we'll know what they're going to put on the ballot at that point. Then we, obviously, I think it's going to pass 60% or more, whatever it is. And after March, we'll know what we need to do. And myself and Paul have been talking about the different angles and all we'll have to look at. But I would say around March, we're going to have to get serious about it. Because if it passes in November, it won't take effect till October 31st the following year. So we do have that time. And the best thing about it, in my opinion, is we have in the bank a good year and a half worth of money right now. So when you do the math, when I do the math all the way down, we're in really good shape compared to a Mascot or Howey and Hills. Both of them have police departments that they have to fund, and other cities. So I feel we're in pretty good position if we have to face that. So yes, we've definitely been talking about it, but we don't know where it's going at the moment.
Yep.
So wait until, can you want to add to that?
Yeah, no, I agree, Mr. Rubio, to specifically answer your question. Yeah, we're going to probably know what's going to come out of the legislation probably by March. I already have it on my to-do list to reach out to the assessor's office and see how many properties we have as a percentage-wise that are non-homestead, so we can start looking at some numbers. So, we start going into our budget, usually July and August. So I'm hoping the month before the budget, we'll start digging into those numbers once we know it's going to be on the ballot. So whatever ends up on the ballot is going to be on the November ballot coming up. Then it will take effect fiscal year 2027. So we'll have one more fiscal year of taxes collected. If it's got a complete repeal, then it'll be the following fiscal year where we'll have to look at that. So depending on what comes on the ballot, I think we're definitely will have to, take a very conservative approach, obviously, with our budget moving forward. So late spring, early summer, we'll be heavy into that. We'll have some more information for you.
All righty, thank you. The other thing is I want to remind everybody that the AARP is going to be setting up to do free taxes in our library starting the end of January. So during January, they're going to be taking appointments, and they've been doing this for many, many years in Claremont. And I've trucked people over to Claremont for years to have their taxes done. They are finally going to come here now and do it out of our library. I believe 3 days a week is what they're going to start with. But you do have to have an appointment. And it's not just for people that are retired. It's for anybody. AARP supports it. It's for anybody. So just put that out to everyone. Let's see, Mineola Hospital will open their doors tomorrow morning. So it's open, start tomorrow. I'm sorry, Sean, but I have to bring this up. We're having the bike things again, come through, but they're not putting the signs up saying that they're gonna be that going on this weekend. Remember they agreed to that?
So you're talking about the bike events, the racing, not the motorbikes, but
No,
the.
bicycle, you know,
Right,
the bikes.
right, okay. Yeah, so if there's an event, they are required to do that. We do have a problem, I guess, maybe, if you will, sometimes of large groups just coming and showing up and doing their own events. They come from South Florida, such a popular place to come. That happens sometimes, so we can certainly look into that if you.
Okay.
Just let me know if there's specific days that it's occurring. I'll check on that for you, Mayor.
Okay, yeah, it was a problem here a couple of weeks ago.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, okay. All righty, well, thank you very much. Let's move on. Due to the finance report, we began with $4,375,422.56, and we ended with $4,332,613.43. Move to the consent agenda, and all we have on that is the different board meetings for minutes. If anybody wants to make a motion or talk about one of the minutes.
If there's no discussion on the minutes, I make a motion that we go ahead and pass with consent agenda all 4 of the minutes from those special meetings, barring any
I second.
conversation.
I have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Against say nay. Ayes have it. Okay, if you would, please, Anita, 2025-200 resolution.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Florida, awarding contract to Close Construction Services LLC resulting from the town's invitation to bid 2025-02 for stormwater improvements Phase 2 Porter Avenue, approving the conformed agreement between the Town of Montverde, Florida and Close Construction Services LLC in an amount not to exceed $796,235 for Montverde Stormwater Improvements Project being funded through a Florida Department of Environmental Protection Stormwater Clean Water Grant and a Florida Department of Environmental Protection Legislative Appropriation Stormwater Grant, authorizing the town manager to execute the agreement and providing for an effective date.
All righty, would you like to explain that, Paul, and then maybe Scott come up and talk about it?
Sure, is Scott here? Oh, look at that. I didn't see you back there. So this is Phase 2 of our stormwater project. So this is the funds from the $1.8 million resilience grant and the $375,000 state legislative appropriation. This project is on Porter Avenue to redo the stormwater and streets from 4th Street to 1st Street and a good portion of 1st Street. And Scott, I'll let you add any other additional information.
I don't have anything to add to that, but I'm certainly happy to answer any questions the council has.
Do we have to take the lowest bidder?
Do you have to take the lowest bidder? You're required to take the lowest qualified bidder, and the qualifications gives you some opportunity to choose not the lowest bidder. In this case, I think our recommendation was to take the lowest bidder based on the qualifications that we looked at from all the bids that we received.
Okay.
And under this resolution, you're approving the contract form and obviously the bid. And the highest bid was $1,379,887, so pretty wide range there. So sorry, Mr. Marinelli.
Can you give an overview of what they're gonna do?
Yeah, so generally, it is drainage improvements and surface improvements at the kind of in front of Truscott Park. So at the intersection of Porter coming up to 3rd, I believe, and then a section of 1st Street north and south of where Truscott Park is. So there'll be curb, swale, sidewalk improvements, and again to facilitate better drainage in that area.
Alrighty, well, let me open it up to the public. Anybody like to ask about this project? Alrighty, I'll bring it back to council. Come on up.
I just want to know if the plans will be followed to the T, because with the lakeside improvement, the plans weren't followed, and that's resulting with some of the drainage going on. I mean, you know, stuff gets missed, and it happens. I just want to point that out.
Yes, the plans will be followed to the T, as they will be on Lakeside. I mean, that project is still ongoing. just an update on that. We, as Paul mentioned earlier, we received the as-built from the contractor and noticed some discrepancies between what was built and what was our design. So there is a resolution process, and that includes some grades in front of the gentleman's shop. So there are some things we have to do to get the contractor to clean that up. That's a normal part of the construction process, and we expect that.
Didn't you guys do something with the parking spaces, curving in front of it?
Across the street, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I saw them tear it all out, made them replace all that again?
Yeah, when I did a punch list with the
Yeah.
engineers, I rejected the curb and made them tear out and rebuild it. It didn't meet,
Yeah,
it didn't meet the standard and spec.
Okay. All right, bring it back to council. Any questions?
Yeah, I did. You had asked about the lowest bidding, or the bidder rather. Is that due to the one quality of work that they had in here, which was that the 75-foot brick wall collapsed? Is that why you were asking?
No, I just,
You were just curious. Okay.
you know, I didn't understand the last time that we had to take the lowest bidder last time.
I was
Now
under
we're
that
saying the
interpretation too.
lowest qualified bidder.
So that was the case before. You take the lowest qualified bidder. When we do all the reference checks on each of the contractors, we make recommendations to the town about what to accept and what not. I mean, there were some. There are always positives and negatives when you. So there wasn't anything that we ruled out. And generally, when I say qualified bidder, is we set a minimum set of qualifications at the time of the project is advertised for bid. Now we always have the opportunity through reference checks, if we get something that we're not expecting, to further investigate and rule that out. In that case and in this one, we didn't have a reason to reject the lowest bidder.
So no concern on the wall. That was the one review. That was the only negative review I saw. But
Yeah.
75-foot wall collapsing, that's pretty serious. I mean,
Again, I mean, we could go through that with every bidder. So I mean, no particular, the burden is always on us to make sure things are built the way they're designed. And again, we're going through that process in Lakeside right now. It's not completed. Same will be on this one too. So no particular concern about that particular issue there.
right. I had one last,
Sure.
I guess, question, request. I'm not sure. The superintendent that they had listed in here in the packet, is he able to be on site during this entire process? Because normally they'll put they'll put the most experienced in the bid, and then the least experienced will be on the job site. So I'm just, with what we dealt with over with Mike, I'm trying to really prevent, my thought is to prevent this from happening going forward.
I'm not sure offhand to what extent we have contract language in there that requires that. We're gonna make them hold to the contract. I understand the question that you're asking, and the fact of the matter is we only there's only so much we can do to require a certain person to be there. We will make sure that they have qualified people there at all the times. But I'm not sure about the specific language in there that would require us to have the actual person that was proposed there at all times.
Thank you.
Sure.
I did have a question. Back to the references. More than half of them seem to be filled out by someone that was totally not tied to any projects, as to, this company doing. So I was just curious, like, how much weight do you guys place in these references?
We do reference checks. I can't tell you exactly how many of each of the references that they provided were contacted directly, but we contact references starting with a low bidder. And if we don't find what we like, then we check references for the next.
Okay.
I can certainly provide. I can certainly go back and find out who exactly we talked to or who we did not. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's in the binder, and
Okay.
like I said, some of them were filled out by someone that, and some of them did state like, I had no contact with this company. I wasn't even part of the project, so they're still filling it out.
The person who completed the reference on
Yes.
their behalf.
Mhm.
Yeah, at that point they're just. It's not uncommon. Obviously, we like somebody who's been there to attest to the way it was to work with them. Those are the ones we place the most weight on. Sometimes we don't always have that. We just have somebody that attests to the completed status of the work later.
Okay, and then so did you guys actually reach out to any of these references aside from, like, once you received this filled out form, like, did you reach back out to any of them to get more
Yes,
information?
I don't know which ones, but we do that. We don't just take the piece of paper. We generally contact some portion of those to follow up.
Okay. Now, I did go through the agreement. There's a few things that I just didn't notice in there. For example, nothing was mentioned in regards to traffic, how it's going to be handled. Are you going to have flaggers on site? You know, what are the work hours in which they're going to be doing the construction? So I didn't see any specifics in regards to that. Also, I also didn't see anything in regards to notices. Are we going to notice, you know, any residents or businesses or anything like that? You know, so I guess how is that addressed? I guess is my question.
So, some of that is the burden of the contractor to submit a maintenance of traffic plan. That's pretty standard. As for notices, you know, there are requirements in the contract, and then there are parts in the contract that refer to the design. And between the two, those are the requirements that we hold them to.
Okay. And then back to the notices, I still feel that there should be some type of communication, you know, between the construction company, you guys, and the town, so that way we're aware as to what's going on, instead of just not knowing and residents calling in, you know, complaining. So
If there's something in there that you believe has not been addressed, we can certainly address that at a kickoff meeting with the contractor and make sure that we document that as part of the construction process.
That's all I got.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll throw this in. I hope it doesn't totally mess everything up, but I see that the project is slated to use concrete, the ribbon curb. It's stormwater. The ribbon curb does nothing. I think that's part of the issue that we might have with Lakeside. That's just my non-engineering opinion. But the flow of water is the flow of water. So my suggestion would be to replace all of the ribbon curb with the rolled curb. Or even better, go with a D curb, a step up.
I'll address that not as an engineer, but not as a designer of the project. Typically, ribbon curb is not designed to keep water from staying in the road. It's designed to stabilize the edge of the pavement.
Correct.
In places where we have D curb and other inlets where we want to direct water down the roadway and into an inlet, that's where you use a D curb or an F curb or something like that else. That we have the liberty to make any kind of changes during the construction process with a change order if there's something specifically that's not like. But typically the way we design that is where we want to shed water off onto the side of the road and into retention and detention areas for treatment. That's what we'll use.
Well, let's just get rid of the ribbon and make it all roll curb.
The issue where you get D curb, just being blunt, you create concentrated water flow. So the D curb channels of water goes in.
Forget the D curb. Let's stick with the roll.
Yeah,
curb.
I'm just saying it goes into a
Okay?
storm pipe. So usually
Let's
you got
stick
to
with the
have
roll curb.
a concentrated detention area.
I'm happy with the roll curb.
Yep.
I just don't want to see ribbon curb. Fair enough?
I don't know if I mean, they may have to redesign the project. I don't know.
I'll have to, again, I'm not the project designer, so I'll have to
Who's
speak.
our project designer?
Well, it's somebody at Woodard and Curran. It's just not me. I'm not the
Oh.
one who drew the plans up.
Yeah, because it has to flow off the road because this is designed with detention ponds on the sides of the roads, similar to what we did Lakeside.
We can look at the impact of what change that might be, the cost impact and the intention with respect to where the water moves and see if there's a difference. I can certainly commit to looking at that. I just can't answer the question here about what the impact would be or the unintended consequences of changing a curb, without looking at specifics.
I will take your commitment to look at that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And you guys can take my commitment, then I'm going to ask again.
I believe you.
I have one more question. I want to piggyback on something that Brian had asked, and this is probably something going to go forward with some of your other projects. In reference to the references, do you guys cherry pick the reference, or is this like everything you've gotten? You know what I'm saying? Like, in other words, it's not like the top 10% of all of them. This is all the.
No, that should be everything we've gotten.
Right, thank you. That's all I had.
Yeah.
In council, just so you know, in this particular type of contract, the contractor places a performance bond on the project. So if they fail, they don't do it correctly, we have a way to fix it with another contractor.
Yeah.
One last time frame. How long? What was the time frame of this project?
4 months, I think.
Yeah.
And when are we looking at starting if we do this today?
Probably 1st of January. Once you approve this contract, it goes back to the engineers and Anita to get all the bonds put together, to get all the exhibits, e-verify, all that stuff has to get completed, wage, salary. And then we do a kickoff meeting, I give a notice to proceed. And then once that issues, then it goes. So we're probably looking the first part of January.
You had mentioned bonds.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I have more questions then. And that's in reference to, and Anita, you can correct me on this one, but I believe in our charter, if we take on some sort of, if we take on the debt,
It's not debt. They're taking on, they're basically handing us $800,000 in cash and say, if we mess up, here's your money to go fix it.
Okay, thank you.
But it's not cash, it's a bond. It's like cash.
All right, you guys, any more? Okay, I'll open it up to the public real quick, see if anybody would like to talk about this. I'll bring it back to the council, and here we go. And if anybody wants to talk more, just make a motion, yes or no.
I get one question here for Paul, I guess. As we go through with this project here, are we going to also be having another project at the same time going for stormwater? Or is this going to be finished first and then we move to
We
the
have
next
no
one?
other projects going, and this is, it's phase 2, and there's still another phase as part of this project, which is going to be Truscott Park, which is going to be the tanks in the ground, and which handles some additional stormwater. So, but no, right now this is the only project we have going. This summer there probably will be multiple projects going.
Okay, all righty. Anybody want to make a motion? Move forward?
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2025-200.
I have a motion, I need a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say nay. Okay, ayes have it.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We'll move on to 2025-59, if you would please, Anita.
An ordinance of the Town of Montverde, Florida, amending Section 10-13 in Chapter 10 of the Town of Montverde Land Development Code relating to minimum lot size for property annexed into the town, providing for codification and severability, providing for the repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date.
All righty, can I ask all of you to explain this one?
Sorry, Mayor, if we may, can I actually say something and put it on the record? Is it possible? So something was brought up to my attention of something that I posted like 3 months ago. So I wanted to kind of address that. Prior to being elected, I made a public post as a private citizen, not as a council member. That post was intended to remind residents of a planning and zoning meeting and to encourage public awareness. It expressed general concerns about growth, traffic, infrastructure, and long-term responsibility. It did not commit a vote, promise an outcome, or reflect any decision on this application. I have not prejudged this matter, I have not refused to consider evidence, and I have not committed to a result. I am here to hear the record, review the evidence, and make my decision based solely on the law, testimony, and the facts presented tonight. I will act fairly and impartially. Now, there is a second part to this. Since I'm discussing the recusal portion of this, I want to note for transparency and integrity that a current sitting council member did meet with Magnolia Terrace residents on October 28th at the address 16442 Magnolia Bluff Drive regarding these 3 ordinances that are on the agenda tonight. I'm not making any allegations and I am not drawing any conclusions. I raise this solely for consistency and transparency because private discussion about pending quasi-judicial matters relate directly to the same fairness principles we are addressing this evening. I believe it is important that the public record be complete and clear as we proceed.
Okay.
Sure. And council, or I can jump in if you want to. Go ahead.
I'm going to say, yeah, I presented a ex parte communication disclosure to the town attorney regarding that meeting. I made no commitments and gave no opinions during that meeting, so nothing that I have
A copy of Mr. Councilmember Roberts' written disclosure about that meeting has been provided to the applicant's attorney, so they have that communication.
Shouldn't we all have that?
And now's the time, if anybody else has ex parte disclosures to make, now's the time to do it for the record before we start the hearing.
Anita, shouldn't we all have that for the record?
We can get you copies. It's really for the Mr. Roberts can state what he, where he met. I think he indicated that he didn't make any commitments or say anything. He can elaborate more. I have an extra copy if any of the council members want to see it. I will pass it around.
Can we take a 10-minute break so we can review this? So all of council can review this?
Okay.
Thank you.
10-minute recess.
Do we need?
Can you just go make No, I was waiting on you. Oh, all right. Yeah, Mr. Rubio got one copy, you got the other, so keep reading.
Hey, some days it'll all be funny. No, someday. Nah, it's stirring it. It just stirs it up. All right, let's go ahead and sit back down and get this going. Yeah.
You know the clock back there on the wall's not right, right?
Yeah. I got it right here. Come on inside, everybody. Let's go ahead and sit down. All right. Where are we at? Okay, so we're reading this one, right? We didn't read this yet, right? Brian, you went before I asked her to read it, and then I asked her to read it, and then you said you wanted to read yours, right?
Yes, correct.
So, okay, you haven't read that one, right? 2559? I don't remember. Let's read it.
I still have a question yet before we jump into this in reference to the ex parte communication. So,
Okay.
I guess I'm going to just ask Grant directly. So Grant, I see what you have here, right? I see everything that you provided. I guess my question is, how long was that event for? What ballpark me? I mean,
It's approximately an hour.
okay. So there were only two questions. What I guess I'm asking here is, every single question that was asked is in this. Every single question.
I mean, those are the bullet
Hang
points.
on one second, please.
The purpose of the ex parte communication is to make the public and the applicant aware of the meeting, of what was said at the meeting, so that the applicant can put on the record any information that may be contrary or different from what was presented. So you're welcome to answer his questions, but you're not obligated to. You detailed in your letter what the topics of what the citizen said. I understand there's a video recording of that meeting, so we can get a copy of that if someone wants to share it, and we will put it in the record for all of the people to hear, and we'll give a copy to the applicant. But if you want to answer questions, you're welcome to, but you're not required.
I think they answered everything.
I mean, I would prefer to see everything before we have to rule on this. I mean, that's part of.
You won't
process.
rule on ex parte communications. That's the
we're gonna
obligation
vote
of
on
the
this.
applicant.
We're voting on this.
On what?
On what we're discussing.
Not the ex
Dash
parte.
59. No, dash 59.
This is a
Doesn't
land
last.
development code.
Go ahead.
And before I start my presentation, is there any other ex parte communications? Site visits, anything along that line? Okay.
I think me and Kelly, didn't we talk about Bella Clean at one time, Kelly? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Kelly and I talked about Bella Clean at one time.
And then just the general substance of the conversation needs to be disclosed. Not for this one in particular, it's actually for the PUD zoning.
PUD zoning. I don't think we talked about the PUD zoning, did we? What did we talk about? Come on up, please.
Could you flip?
Oh, you got to push that button on there.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly Moore, 17029 Florence View Drive, Mag Terrace, Montverde, Florida. My recollection was we had an election in November, and one of the items on there was we went round and round about what it actually said, that we had to maintain 2 homes per acre, and that, I believe, was gross, and that this was an R1, as was stated in the property and zoning by Aaron Wadsworth. And at that point, this annex part, a lady was brought up who said historically it was one home per acre currently in the annexed, and I think that's what part of this is, but our conversation was that I felt that Bella Collina could do fewer homes, so we're not getting these smaller lots that don't really reflect the nature and the language of the most recent referendum that passed with a majority of the town voting for it. So for us to go about and put a PUD and go around the R1, and then they end up with, let's say, 120 homes versus 80 homes or whatever it's going to be, that it didn't sound like it was reflecting that. And you were trying to articulate what you thought the R1 was, and that did it require a majority vote of all 4 out of 5 of the council members, or did it not? And you were saying that it did not. And I thought that the referendum said it was a supermajority, and that was put in there. So we kind of went back and forth on that, and I was saying that I was very much appreciative of Bella Collina, but I think they could do with more of the larger lots than some of those tiny ones that they were trying to do by saying it was topography or difficult to build or whatever. That's just a ploy. And at some point during the P&Z meeting, it looked like we were making headway on that, but the P&Z then decided to either approve part of it, but not all of it, especially this annex of the 10 acres at the entranceway. So that's where we were at.
I knew we talked about it.
Kelly, you and I had a very similar conversation in reference to the supermajority as well.
Okay.
I came to a different conclusion, though.
All right, thank you. That's my conversation.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and start. So council, oh, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Nita, if you would.
Ordinance 2025-59, an ordinance of the Town of Montverde, Florida, amending Section 10-13 in Chapter 10 of the Town of Montverde Land Development Code relating to minimum lot size for property annexed into the town, providing for codification and severability, providing for the repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date.
All right, you want to explain this, Paul?
Yeah, so I'm going to turn the clicker over to Ms. Bestow right here real quick, if you could run that over to her, please. So what we're going to do is, obviously, we have a lot of different ordinances related to the same project. We're going to go through and do the presentation on the entire project so everybody understands how it all relates and what it is. Then we'll come back and go through each of the ordinances individually, but we're going to go ahead and have the staff do the project report, and the applicant will come forward, do their presentation, public comment, then bring it back to council, and we'll start going through each of the ordinances. So,
thank you. Town staff would like to present an opening summary of 3 related applications submitted regarding Wilmington Development Services for the proposed Bella Collina Montverde Estates project. These applications are being reviewed concurrently tonight in the interest of full transparency and informed decision-making as they collectively outline a new residential subdivision proposal. It's important to note that the first item, a land development code amendment, would need to be adopted for the other ordinances to take effect. We understand there is significant public interest in this project, and we want to assure everyone that all required public procedures are being followed in this hearing. Each item will be considered on its merits in an open forum with opportunity for public comment so that the council's decisions can be well informed and transparent to the community. The 3 applications before the council are as follows. Ordinance 2025-59, which is a land development code amendment. This ordinance proposes to amend Section 1013 of the town's land development code to allow annexed property within an existing subdivision to have residential lot sizes smaller than the current 1 acre minimum, provided that the overall density does not exceed 2 homes per gross acre. In other words, if a property is annexed into Montverde as part of an established development, it could be platted with smaller lots, but only up to a maximum of 2 dwelling units per acre. This code change is critical for the Montverde Estates proposal, as the project plans lot sizes below 1 acre. This item must be approved for the subsequent items to be viable. It's important to point out that proposed revision to the LDC would only be applicable to the proposed Montverde estates. The second item is Ordinance 2025-60. It's a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. This ordinance would amend the Town of Montverde's comprehensive plan's future land use map for approximately 9.47 acres of recently annexed land. The proposal is to change the designation from Lake County's rural transition category to Montverde single-family low-density residential. This future land use change is needed to bring the newly annexed parcel into alignment with Montverde's land use categories and to allow the type of residential development being proposed at a low density consistent with the town's plan. The third item is Ordinance 2025-61, which is rezoning to plan unit development, or PUD. This ordinance requests a rezoning of roughly 68 acres, which is the combined project area, including the 9.47 acre parcels for annexation and adjacent property already within town limits to Montverde single-family residential PUD. If approved, this PUD zoning would replace the current zoning and establish a unified zoning for the entire Montverde Estates project area. The PUD zoning is tailored for the proposed development specifics, such as lot sizes, open space, and community features, while ensuring the overall density does not exceed 2 units per gross acre in accordance with the LDC amendment and comprehensive plan. In summary, these 3 items, the LDC text amendment, the comprehensive plan amendment, the PUD rezoning, are interrelated components of the Montverde Estates development proposal. We are presenting them together to give a complete picture of the project and to be fully transparent about what is being considered. The Land Development Code Amendment, Ordinance 2025-59, is foundational. Without it, the proposed smaller lot sizes would not be allowed under current town regulations. Therefore, the subsequent plan amendments and rezoning are contingent on that code change. By discussing all items in one forum, the town council and the public can understand how each piece fits into the overall plan before any decisions are made. Please be assured that tonight's hearing is part of the standard public review process. All legal notifications were made, and this meeting is being conducted in accordance with Florida law and town procedures for comprehensive plan and zoning changes. We welcome public input on each of these applications. The council will carefully consider the facts, staff findings, and public comments for each item. Our role as staff is to provide information and analysis in a factual manner so that you, the council, and the community have a clear understanding of the proposals. The staff does not make the decision to approve or not. The P&Z board and the town council do. Any actions on these ordinances will follow due process, including this hearing and future town council considerations in public sessions. Finally, to recap the P&Z board recommendations from their November 12th meeting, for the LDC amendment, the board recommended denial and to bring it back another ordinance where annexed properties would have a minimum lot size of half an acre. The board recommended approval for both the small-scale comp plan amendment and the PUD rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to explain that, Paul?
Yeah, can you go through the presentation and actually show the development now? There we go.
So this is Ordinance 2025-60. It's a small-scale comp plan amendment. On the left, it shows the current future land use map on Lake County's GIS site. The Lake County zoning is currently rural transition and Bella Colina. And on the right, we're showing what's proposed for the future land use map. And it would be single family low density at 2 dwelling units per gross acre which is consistent with the land right above it, which is the 58 acres. This is what we've got on the small scale comp plan, and then we get into the reuse PUD zoning maps. Okay, so the next one in line is 2025-61, which is the rezoning to PUD. On the left, you'll see the current zoning map, which shows Lake County PUD, light manufacturing and agriculture, and Town of Montverde R1L, which is single family low density. On the right is the proposed zoning map, which is single family residential PUD. This is a concept plan for the PUD. It shows 114 lots. It's a gated community. There's a landscape buffer around the project. Open space is calculated at 40%. There's 5-foot interior sidewalks and 6-foot exterior sidewalks, and it is 1.68 dwelling units per gross acre. The applicant has requested some waivers. They are on, let's see, on the left is the standard as called out in our neighborhood manual, and on the right are the waivers that they've requested. And we can come back to these as needed. And these are the PUD development standards, which shows things like a minimum lot size for buildings, setbacks, and they've got 2 columns because there's 2 different lot sizes. So the first column is for the 70-foot lots, and the second column is for the 60-foot lots. This slide zooms in on the buffer tract between the project and Magnolia Terrace. There's a 20-foot buffer proposed running north and south, as well as east and west on the top. This slide shows the distance from the southern property line of the Magnolia Terrace properties to the northern property line of that row of lots at 300 feet approximately. And this slide shows that it's approximately 860 feet from the property line at the top to the sewer area. And then this is a good time for the developer to come up if they'd like to go through the slides.
And before he comes up, is there any specific questions you have for staff at this time?
I have lots of questions as far as the legality of the supermajority. Do you want me to get into those now, or do you want to get into them later? We can let them.
Okay.
That's fine. We can do them afterwards.
So go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Town Council members. My name is Jonathan Hewells, 215 North Eola Drive, Orlando 32801. I'm part of the project team along with a few other folks sitting in the audience with me. We have Paul Simonson, who is an owner's rep, who is sitting immediately to my right, and then Mr. Steve Boyd with Boyd Engineering, who is our project engineer. And we have Jim Boyd, who is our wastewater utility expert. We're all here to answer any questions that may arise throughout the night. And we are welcome the opportunity to come before you and be able to present this project. You may recall that the 9 tax parcels that make up that 9.47 acres was annexed into the town by action of this board this spring. And since that time, our project team has been hard at work working with your staff on working on what's coming before you this evening, including the two action items that are specific to the 9.5 acres, 9.47 acres, and then the PUD rezoning that would be to the remainder, which would be 68 acres. So real quick background, just to recall, the 9.47 acres used to be an unincorporated county. It's made up of 9 different tax parcels. The owner went and acquired those properties with a specific intent to unify them with the remaining holdings that they already had here in the town, which is the 58 acres that is, we call the parent parcel. Ms. Busta, would you mind just putting up the site plan that's part of your presentation? Yeah, I'll go back. There it is. Okay. And the primary purpose of acquiring those properties, there was a couple of reasons. One was really a cleanup exercise. A few of those properties were blighted. Some were used for or entitled with industrial uses, including a junkyard. But the primary purpose really was to provide a better access plan into the overall property. Before acquiring these parcels, which I guess it's going to be hard for me. I don't know if this reflects on the lasers. That's not going to show on the screen. Is the primary purpose was for that access. Prior to that, the parent 58 acres was going to be accessed either through Morningside or directly on Ridgewood Avenue. And through that acquisition and this unification into a master planned community, it allows for a main access point off of County Road 455, which was a big game changer and kind of the genesis for the plan that's before you here. We believe that, you know, so the first item that's before you is the text change to the Land Development Code. And what's that asking is to have those 9.5 acres treated similarly to the remaining 58 acres that is already in the town. And what that would mean is that it would be allowed to be developed as a PUD without a specific restriction to being one acre lots. The second part is the comp plan amendment, which is the future land use change, and that's to unify it as a single family residential future land use designation with the remaining of the parent parcel. And then the PUD is for what you see before you today. And that we believe the PUD has some specific benefits. It allows for a site-specific design that we think has benefits to the adjacent communities, including Magnolia Terrace and the town as a whole. What the PUD allows is to have the location of the home sites to allow for buffers around the entire perimeter of the project where they abut against either a roadway or other residences. The code doesn't require that. Because it's a like use with what's surrounding it, no buffers would be required if this was simply brought through as a RL1 subdivision. They could bring those rear yards or side yards immediately adjacent to the property boundary. Another is where to locate the open spaces. Immediately south of Magnolia Terrace, instead of having that as a terrace of homes at a similar elevation, we can bring those homes with a smaller lot size farther down gradient. The property is a bit challenging from a site design standpoint because of the amount of relief that is in the property. It drops about 100 feet if traveling north to south over its boundary. And so all the homes you're seeing are built on different terraces. The blocks are on different terraces. And so the size of the actual lots allow for those terraces to be less terraces than if we had to put, you know, half-acre lots. The other thing is it allows for a home type that the owner is familiar with, has success with building. That's on a 70-foot and 60-foot width, and they have similar type of home products in the Bella Colina community today. A good example of that is off of Bolsena Drive, which would be on the east side of 455 if you're driving north of Lake Sienna. That is the home type that would make up the majority of the lots, which 100 would be at 70 feet in width, and 14 on the southern side towards that main entrance would be at a 60-foot width. We also think that it allows for more open space because of the innovative design and the terracing, where we're on this conceptual plan showing a 40% of open space, where the comp plan would require a minimum of 25%. So we're going over and above what code requirements would be through the PUD. And it allows for, and this is a big item, it allows for the community to be gated. And we think that's important for a couple of reasons, and it has some benefits. The gating allows for restriction of access. So we're showing this access point off Ridgewood Avenue. That would be gated and only available to actual residents through a gate that would be triggered through a fob. It would not be open to any visitors, delivery drivers, construction, and so we think it's a great benefit that it keeps vehicles off of Ridgewood Avenue and really concentrates them onto that main access point of off CR 455, which would be a manned gatehouse, and that's where the majority of traffic would get into the project. The other thing about a gated community is that all of the infrastructure behind those gates is private. It's to be owned and maintained by the property owner association instead of the town. So when we're talking about the roads and the utilities, that's a POA obligation. That's not tax dollars that are being spent by the town to own and operate those after the community's built. Let me go back to my slides. This is an example of those home type I was talking about being built on the 70-foot lots. This is a home that is being developed today off that Polsena Drive on the north side of Lake Siena. Here's another example, different garage type. And another. And another. Just a couple more. And then buffers. Buffers is a big deal. I apologize, going to have to toggle through two different slides to work through this. But there is a buffer being proposed along the eastern boundary with Magnolia Terrace, and which would be the western boundary of the project. It's going to be 20 feet in width. The first priority is to see how many tree saves can be made within that buffer. We believe that if there's mature, healthy, native trees that can be maintained, they will be. And where they cannot, those will be offset through a planting program that includes both canopy trees and understory vegetation to help visually buffer that buffer. We've heard some comments, and I'll go through those in just a minute before I wrap up my presentation and answering your questions. But we heard comments during the Planning Commission, both written and oral, about the importance of those buffers. And so we wanted to provide more clarity at this meeting of what those would look like. So this would be the buffer, the 20-foot buffer that is between Magnolia Terrace and this community. And then there would be 10-foot buffer along Morningside that would also be vegetated. And there's other green spaces that any buffers that are located on the perimeter would have a landscaping program that would have to be reviewed and approved as the next step in this project. One other item we heard, and I'll just go back through it, and this is a good example, this open space tract that is located immediately south of Magnolia and Terrace. There was a request made through a letter submitted as part of your record by a resident of Magnolia Terrace back in October saying, in that open space tract, we really want to have the existing natural vegetation preserved. And that is something we can commit to along that northern boundary. There is some large trees and other vegetation there that we would commit to preserving in the first 10 feet of that property boundary, and we'll look to go longer once the project is, or wider once the project is actually designed, to make sure we can achieve that. And then we did receive a letter immediately before the Planning Commission meeting from the Magnolia Terrace HOA attorney. and they had 3 points. It didn't express an opinion on the project, but had 3 points that they wanted to see addressed as part of the review, both by the Planning Commission and you, the Town Council. And I'll briefly go through those. And the good news I can report is that we're able to meet all of them that were identified in that letter from the HOA attorney. The first was the perimeter buffer being landscaped. That's that 20-foot buffer I just showed the cross-section of, that's located between the eastern boundary of Magnolia Terrace and this community. Like I said, the priority is to do as many tree saves as it can be achieved there, and where they can't be made, we'll commit to that lane landscaping plan that I just showed that was both canopy trees and understory vegetation. The second point was to have construction fencing along the perimeter of the project while it was being built, especially adjacent to Magnolia Terrace, and we can commit to that. So I put on the record that request can be met and will be, hopefully incorporated into your final decision on this project. And the third item was that the wastewater treatment plant that's located and identified in orange on your site plan, I keep looking over to my left, but I know you all are looking up here, remain in its currently proposed location. And we can commit to that as well. I mean, to us, this is the plan that the project will follow. We can commit that it's going to look very similar to this, and this is the plan. That's part of the PUD zoning. It's site-specific. And we appreciated the Planning Commission's thoughtful review of this and their actions, and just looking forward to answering any questions you have. And of course, we'll just reserve a few minutes to address any comments from the public once those are made. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
Come on up, Ernie, and ask a question.
Can you hear me? 16603 Lowry Road. Turn it.
There you go.
16603 Lowry Road, Montverde. Does the supermajority apply here in this decision?
No, the way the charter provision was written, lands receiving its initial future land use designation, it does not apply to.
I don't know if I believe that.
I don't agree with it either.
I think
we'll
I
get to that, I think.
I think we ought to have an independent legal decision on that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to ask any questions?
Tom Kennedy, I live at 16600 7th Street. I know we're talking about the gated community is going to maintain its own roads and everything, but you're going to be using our roads to get to that community. And I can tell you that if I don't get out of my driveway by 7:20 in the morning, I'm not getting out of my driveway until 8:30, because it's a two-way freight train of all the people coming from Windermere and other areas to bring their kids to the academy and drop them off and then turn right around and go back the other way. The roundabouts have been a godsend for that. It's given a little bit of relief, but just for fun, when I was driving to work, I head towards the West Orange bike trail on 50. I counted the number of cars passing me at 7:30 in the morning to come this way to drop their kids off, and I stopped after 600. At 7:30 in the morning, okay? If we're going to be adding another 115 or so houses right across the street from where I live, I can tell you it's going to be Grand Central Station all day long. And as far as the gated community, that's great for the people that live there, but the number of people that have tried to run me off the road or brake check me on their way to the current Bella Colina, what's my recourse? Call Orange County Sheriff and say, well, some guy in Bella Colina tried to crash my car? I'm not saying I want to follow this person to their house, but there's got to be some consideration for the amount of impact on the roads and the resources of our town.
I moved here in 2004 because my understanding was that the lot sizes had to be a minimum of a half acre. That's great. That's what you guys are talking about. But if you're putting those across the street from me with all this extra hullabaloo and all these extra streets that are adding traffic to our town, I don't think our town is ready to handle that amount of traffic. When I say it's a two-way freight train in the morning, I mean it. I literally have to use a can opener to get into my own driveway after I drop my kids off at school in Mineola. The Turnpike Bridge is great. The roundabouts are great. The two-lane road, I don't think is ready to handle this number of cars in this density this quickly, especially if we're talking about losing all of our tax revenue because people don't want to pay property taxes anymore. I know that's none of your doing, but I'm concerned. I keep waiting to hear somebody speeding up the hill and crashing at the roundabout because they just want to go through the town quick. It's like when everybody's at bed at 3 o'clock in the morning, I hear cars racing by. I hear motorcycle groups racing through. And you talk about the bike traffic, the bicycle events and stuff. You throw that on top of this, and it's just not going to be a nice place to live anymore. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Kelly Moore, 17029 Florence View Drive, Mag Terrace. I moved to Mag Terrace in 2015. I've been here 10 years. And before then, I lived in Verde Ridge for 10 years. I moved to Verde Ridge because it had half-acre lots. I built that home. It was right on the Black Stills Lake overlooking the road out the back. And so what attracted me to move up to Mag Terrace is my friend's been here 20 years, John Artizone, and he has a home in Mag Terrace, and I thought, wow, this is nice, half-acre lots. And so as I looked at the quaint little town, I thought, okay, this is where I want to raise my family. It's been a wonderful town. I have 3 children. They're all nurses now, and they've all gone to Lake Mineola High School, and they've graduated from Lake State College, where I'm a professor there. And I can't fathom why this developer is going to get up here and tell me topography or it's not feasible and all the things in the theatrics I heard at Planning and Zoning. If they want to do this, Pilar Homes came in here. They built 8 or 10 houses at half-acre lots. They sold those homes. They abut the property right here when we go out during Montverde. And so I don't understand why we have to have this kind of density. And most importantly, I second the motion that Randy talked about, challenging the legality that our current attorney's reporting, that we all voted for in November, that we would have half-acre lots. And that's what we voted for, and to try to pull like, well, this was in process beforehand. One thing I would tell the council, what I think is an angle to stop this and make them go back to the drawing board. We'd like to have Bella Clina here, but they don't need to put this density in. Those are quarter-acre lots. That's half the size of Mag Terrace lots, if you look, and we don't need that. We don't need the impact. They could do smaller, and they should go back to the drawing board. As the mayor asked, the development coming up, what's the one that's off on the lake? What's it called?
Osgood.
Osgood. The mayor asked them prior to their last PUD, you're going to have to get with the R1, and they came in here with 200 some homes. The community fought that, and the mayor said, look, you got to get to half-acre. Even though some of those lots are very skinny, bowling alley size, they met the requirement. I don't see why Bella Clina wants to come in here and get their own rules. And when we talk about this annexation, if you give them the annexation, they're going to win. And I don't think you should vote for the annexation. I think you should look at it very carefully and tell them no, and then come back and then have them readjust their plan. I think they get a lot more support from the member who talked about the traffic. That's my concern. I ride my bicycle and take walks in Mag Terrace. I'm looking at right there. You get 14 homes on that one strip in this proposal. to 8 homes there. It is quarter-acre lots. I don't want to hear someone trying to tell me, oh, it's a half-acre lot. No, it's not. When those people get their survey, when they buy that home, and they look down at it, it's not going to say 1/2 acre lot on their survey. And that's what a lot of people came to this town, and what we're asking the council to do for us as our representatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bob Tomlinson, 16634 Magnolia Terrace, Montverde, Florida. When I look at our Magnolia Terrace, we've got roughly 15 homes in the same exact span that they have 28 homes. Count them out. You've got it right there. You'll see it's 15 against 28. We want to see 15 homes. 16 homes, no more than 16. You know why? What benefit are we getting out of this? What is Montverde receiving? Are we receiving maybe, okay, we'll go ahead and help pay for this, the playground? We'll take care of that. How about fixing up, maybe getting some sewer somewhere else, putting something. There's no benefit that the town is getting from any of this. If there was a benefit, I'd look into it, but I don't see any benefit at all. Furthermore, we wanted originally to have a hedge all the way across and then every 30 feet have a tree. They've taken the hedge out. Now they put, basically you saw just some trees and stuff, so they're backing off on that. We've got to hold our ground here. This is not what we originally wanted. And when we voted, and what you've been working on so hard, Mayor, is to have a majority. This is not what you wanted. There's no benefit for us. If there is, tell me. Or if there's a benefit for us, have the applicant tell us what the benefit is. Thank you.
Before you end public comments, I suggest you table this until we have an independent legal authority verify what was on that ballot we voted for before it goes forward. Because if you call this to a vote and it goes 3-2 and it loses and they win, what's our recourse as residents? We are not happy with the legal advice we're hearing. And that's not what we voted for on November 7th. So I would suggest that when the motions come, that it goes not to a vote or discussion, it goes to, we need to have clarity on the supermajority as it is on the R1 and what was on that ballot. That, you're really able to look at your constituents and explain it clearly, not with legal, like, well, it was prior and here's where it is in the weeds and it's the interpretation. No, that's not what I have a master's, I have 2 masters and a PhD. I have a lot of school behind me and I know what I voted for. Now, you to tell me that, oh, well, that doesn't apply here. Well, when is it going to apply? I understand. I don't get it. Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. Can I make a motion?
After we do.
Okay, I'll make a motion later then.
I second that. I guess my vote doesn't matter when this stuff happens. Also want to point out that the way these are, Mike Stone, 6947 Lakeside. The way these are sold is as an extra product for people that are familiar with them. To me that says there are people buying multiple homes and renting them out or doing Airbnbs or transient things. That doesn't build a community. That doesn't help us at all, right? We're bringing in all these people. They're in their own community. They're gated, separated from us. And where's the benefit? There's no benefit for us. Thank you. I'd just like the council to stick to the charter and have integrity with what our vote's for.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Van J. De La Concha, 16203 Hillside Circle. Progress is going to happen regardless. I have lived here over 25 years in this beautiful hamlet, which I call home. I've seen when Bella Collina arrived. I've seen when they put up Sienna. And I'm looking forward to this third project. And I hope it passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up.
My name's Stephen Crowley. I'm at 17545 County Road 455. I used to go to these meetings 10 years ago when I first moved here. And the thing that I loved about Montverde was it was Mayberry. It was small. It was small town Florida. What I'm seeing with the new Bella Collina, the houses they're building, it's like rich man's Groveland. Like you're stacking houses right on top of another. They're nice, yeah, but they're right on top of one another. That ain't what Montverde is supposed to be. You know, to me, I'm a simple guy. You're saying 1 acre parcels. Why don't they do the development with 1 acre parcels? You know, it cuts down on the traffic, which is a real concern. And it makes it, they want to gated community, leave it at 1 acre. They can make money.
All righty, thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, I'll close public comment and come up to, oh, you want to come back? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief. Just a couple items to point out, right? The PUD, we believe, allows to have some innovative design. For instance, those tier of homes that are on the terrace that's below Magnolia Terrace, there's thought put behind where those are sited. There's a lot of relief behind Magnolia Terrace to where those homes are ultimately going to be located, going to be found. You walk out those front doors and they're going to be 30 to 35 feet below Magnolia Terrace's backyards. And the idea of that is to keep the view shed for Magnolia Terrace. There is a different design that potentially could be made of it, right? If it's not a PUD, then it's going to come in as R1L zoning, and who knows what that looks like. This gives some certainty to the process, we believe, that provides benefit to the town council, provides benefit to the developer in being able to come up with this innovative design, allow to have a large swath of open space between the two communities, and allows to deal with the topography that I mentioned earlier. We do think there's a benefit to bringing 114 homes into the town and paying ad valorem taxes, and hopefully they stick around for a while, and having all the infrastructure maintained by the POA. We do believe there is benefit to having an owner developer that's familiar with the product that they're proposing and has a good track record in building really superior homes and being successful at it. I think it's also important to keep context that the 58 acres that we call the parent tract is already in the town. It's R1L. It has the property rights to develop today. If you combine that with the 10 acres that has been annexed and is going to need a zoning eventually, you're probably looking at a half-acre subdivision that at max yield is, and you count stormwater and a wastewater treatment plant, is probably in the range of 100 homes. That's a back of a napkin. That's not designed, but that's probably what you're able to achieve. And so we feel there's a win-win in this project that's being presented that is a few homes more than that, what can be achieved under standard zoning R1L at half acre, and that this is going to be properly buffered. If done correctly, in how we intend to do it, there should not be any impact on Magnolia Terrace with the buffers done right. We're open to a discussion on, we thought we had the buffer figured out at that 20 feet. We're happy to do a continuous hedge if that's something the town council would want to see along that shared perimeter. So just looking for your feedback and direction, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Before you walk away,
Yes,
you mentioned the zoning. It is zoned for something, right now. There's not a blank for zone. There is zoned for something.
The parent tract is
Correct. I'm talking about
R1L today, yes, sir.
The 9.4
Well, it has county, it's retained county zone.
county, but there is zoning for that.
Yeah, which
Clearly.
it had light industrial and some
And
residential
rural,
uses.
it has some rural in there as well.
Yes,
right,
sir.
Okay. So, when I listen to what you're saying, okay, I appreciate, I'm sure Mag Terrace appreciates some of that. There's also a Morningside here.
Yes.
You have the Pines on the other side of our community, which you haven't really talked to anybody there.
Sure.
I guess my question is, you were mentioning, what are the benefits for other people in our town, for us to grant a PUD versus R1?
Right.
For other residents as well.
Right. So part of that, I think, is that controlled access we can achieve. Of course, if it's straight zoned, you're not allowed to have gated communities by town code. So we're going to need access points, at least 2 of them. One of those is likely to be on to Ridgewood, and the other is going to be on CR 455. This design allows us to restrict that access on Ridgewood. Right now, it's being proposed as just for residents with key fobs. Really cuts down on the traffic generation up there. We know Ridgewood's going to change with, obviously the Turnpike overpass, and it's going to have a lot more traffic. We want our traffic to be on County Road 455. That's one of the benefits. I think another is the tax base. I don't think that can be overstated. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in Tallahassee this year, but there's a significant amount of tax base that can be realized by the town that goes into the coffers and helps pay for all of these projects that we're talking about earlier in this meeting. And it doesn't carry that burden of carrying the infrastructure cost that you would otherwise if it was straight zoned and these roads were all public and the utilities were public. There is public sidewalks being come in, both along Ridgewood and County Road 455. Those will go the entire length of the project. They aren't there today. They'd come in as part of the project. We think, and just to reiterate, not only is there a buffer along the shared boundary with Magnolia Terrace, there's also buffers around the entire perimeter, including on Morningside and including on Ridgewood.
Okay, so you had mentioned sidewalks. It's going to be on one side of the street only, correct? Right.
That's correct, the side that this project would be on.
And that's out of the norm for us. And again, I'm jumping ahead because quite honestly, I'm still at the point where I don't think that, I'm confident we need a supermajority, and quite honestly, I don't really want to do this dance with our attorney because we're not going to agree. Yeah, I'm going to let everybody else talk, and then I'm going to make a motion for something, so.
No, tax benefit, you're saying, can you explain that a little better?
Well, I mean, obviously, they're going to be paying impact fees that we heard about a little bit earlier today. Every home will be doing that, and then there's just an ad valorem taxation, right? Today, it's vacant land. It's not realizing that the tax benefit that otherwise could be if it's developed as individual homesteads.
How about the taxes that homes pay? How does that work?
These will be single-family homes. Obviously, it's going to be at a character and quality similar to what you see in Bella Colina, so we believe it's going to be taxed at that rate, and those are all taxes that are going to be assessed and brought in to the town's coffers.
So the tax that they pay, list is rounded off $2,000 to Montverde. We don't repair the roads.
Behind the gate is private infrastructure. It'd be a POA obligation.
What do we do behind the gates?
Nothing.
So that if I get $2,000 for a home, and there's 115 homes, $230,000 a year, you're saying?
Roughly.
We don't have to spend any of that behind the gates?
You do not.
With a correction, I'm going to correct the water lines, and if the town takes the sewer system, so the utilities.
That's the water entity.
Yeah.
Separate, right?
And that's for further discussion on the wastewater treatment plant. Today, there's no commitment for the town to take that.
And then the light industrial, that it's Lake County's property was zoned. What can you build on light industrial?
All of the industrial uses that would be permitted under the Lake County Code.
including, what's that?
Yeah.
What's that, live something? Live
It
local?
would be, live local could be applied to it.
So if you didn't build on and sold it, somebody could build a live local there?
They could, and that goes right to site plan. Met minimum code requirements, highest, at the highest height and density that the town would allow.
Well, now, isn't it the highest building in the area that they could build live local to? If I remember the thing that I was involved in, it said that if the building in the town or in the county is, 40 foot, that's the highest.
That's correct.
And that saves Montverde because we don't have anything more than 35 foot. So, and we don't have no light, we don't have any industrial.
Right.
So we don't have to worry about live local. But that 10 acres has industrial on, which threw a red flag to me. As far as if you don't build on it and sell it, somebody could build apartments.
Very well could. I mean, obviously, that decision is to be made. Right now, it's being proposed as a unified development. If this proposal is ultimately not accepted by the town, then it's back to the drawing board, and maybe it makes more sense to not include those portions of the property and look at other alternatives. I can't
Right,
make
like
any
keep it
commitment.
separate, and then, well, why wouldn't you just build more townhomes there?
You could under live local, certainly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you build another tower, maybe two or whatever, over on that side. So that would add to a lot more traffic onto the road, and we wouldn't be able to govern that.
Right. Well, one thing to keep in note too, right? The comp plan require maximum density for this project's 2 dwelling units an acre. Right now, as proposed, it's not that. It's 1.68 acres, or 1.68 dwelling units an acre. So certainly, there's been some left on the table here to what we believe, and part of that's been the negotiation. This isn't the first site plan that we came to town staff with. There was a lot of turns of what you see before you, and a lot of thought of how it looks. I mean, there's the green areas, are like I said, 40% open space. So that's why you're not at 2 dwelling units an acre. That's not the goal here. It's truly trying to make a design that buffers from the existing neighbors. We knew that was important. That's what was highlighted in the Magnolia Terrace HOA letter from their attorney, and we think we've addressed those concerns, and that's what a PUD allows you to do.
So if we didn't agree with you and didn't want to do this, you would be able to do half-acre lots.
We would do half-acre lots.
But you wouldn't be able to leave the buffers in place.
You wouldn't have to. You wouldn't have to, and you'd have to. And the other thing is, I think the town comp plan would require 25% open space. So your open space is going to reduce. I mean, if there is a critical carry here of homes to be able to make the project work. Right.
Profit.
Right. I mean, it's got to pencil out. And so, as proposed, like I said, 1.68. It's not right at 2, but it pencils out. And if we go back to the drawing board, there's going to have to be a critical amount. It's just going to look different.
Okay, so let's say we don't favor doing this, and you guys go back and say, well, we did the math and we did the half-acre lots, and it's just not profitable enough for us to do. At that point, you could sell the property to somebody that could build something that would make profit for them. Because you have a certain standard, and there's a different standard, and the standard's not as expensive as yours. Your houses are starting at 1.5 million. Their houses would start at 450.
Very well could that be that way. And I will tell you, I've been in meetings looking at older iterations of site plans for this project. It didn't look like this. It had it had homes all along the adjacent of Magnolia. It had on the same tier as Magnolia.
It was rows.
Yes, and where you have that green space, open space,
gone.
It was a row of homes. That was the first terrace, and it dropped down. So the view shed's going to be different. Whether this developer that's got a quality and has success in the area, knows what they're doing, is the one to build it, or if it's somebody else.
I believe just in the 58 acres, there were 75 homes, if I remember correctly, in 2004, 2005. And that was the original plan that Bobby Ginn didn't build.
Right.
But
It looked far different than this. It literally looked like a no open space platted subdivision with some stormwater, and it would have a treatment plant, but in the same locations likely.
Yeah, it wouldn't be profitable to build a treatment plant in 75 acres,
Yeah.
75 homes.
Right. So maybe it's just back to sewer. I mean, septage, sorry.
Okay, so you're saying that if we don't do this, they could potentially sell and then someone else.
Could.
Right. Would that new owner then circumvent this whole process?
No, he would do, because he would know that we didn't okay for them, so he's not gonna bring it again.
Right.
So they're gonna go to the R1L, and they're gonna have to do half-acre lots, and they can't afford to do that, and a sewer, and on only 75 lots, what I'm saying. They couldn't afford to build a sewer and do the infrastructure, and that's pretty much why Bobby Ginn didn't do it either way back when. It was, also, that one road that goes to the left there in cul-de-sac, is there any chance of opening that road up to your main road?
Yeah, and there's a placeholder on the plan.
Is there?
Yeah, now look, that would require some permitting with the Water Management District. There is a wetland crossing there. That we're not at that stage, so we didn't want to commit and draw that in today.
Right.
But if there was a path, then there would be internal connection with Bella Collina.
Because how I see it, if I was a person living, spent the money to live at Bella Collina, I can't get to the clubhouse.
Right.
Unless you do that.
Correct.
So they're going to have a problem with that.
Well, and like I said, I think there's some confidence of making that connection. It's just that there is permitting ahead of it, and I think there's a note there that says it's subject to approval.
Yeah, like in 2004-05, they were going to bring it parallel with 455. They were bringing it that way to connect down by the bridge at that point. But I can see where you got it drawn in there a little bit.
Right.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to talk?
Yeah, I just want to be cautious as we're going through this and not using threats that they're going to do, they're going to build in condos or whatnot. I mean,
if they don't do it, what would they do with the property? That's how I was thinking.
Yeah, it's on them. They bought it.
They would sell it.
Well, they could.
All right. Let me see if anybody else has any questions. Come on up.
Kelly Moore, 17029 Florence View Drive, Mac Terrace. I heard some interesting things in that exchange, and one of them was, by going with the PUD, it's gated, and then we get their tax revenue. Now, if they're the Bella Collina brand, and they have a clubhouse, and they don't get the PUD the way they want it, and they decide they're going to go R1. Is it up to them to still gate it, or is it ungated? Because I don't feel that the Bella Collina brand is going to be an ungated community with that kind of homes. So I'm trying to understand that.
But
Okay.
our ordinances don't allow that to be a gated community.
So if they were to go to R1, what's the chances of them building with it being ungated? They can't gate in R1, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so that's I want you to understand that.
So
If they say, well, we're going to go back and come up with 100 homes instead of 115, and they're a little bit more spacious, and the community's like, okay, it's still more traffic, but be more acceptable to what we're hoping for, it's a compromise, as opposed to saying, oh, it's R1 or nothing. No, I don't think it's R1 or nothing, because R1 to me says it would be ungated. That's not going to go with their brand. They can't charge people $26,000 a year to be part of the clubhouse and have an ungated neighborhood, charging $1 million a lot. That defies logic. So their choices are sell it or develop it with a PUD that gets the gated and do something that is closer to the half acre. It may not be the full half acre, but we don't do the supermajority, and you guys argue over that, and then you do give them this annex, and you do accept this, I think you've done us a disservice. Falling for the argument, well, if we don't do it, they're going to go to R1. They're not going to go to R1 because they can't have a gated product. And that shuts it right there. So my logic is saying, well, negotiate something that lose a little buffer, but don't put 15 homes we're probably arguing over, that's 45 additional cars, 3 cars per family, coming and going on those roads. And that's going to take a little bit more of Montverde away from what I moved into.
So just out of curiosity, to bargain with them, would you suggest larger lot widths to reduce the total
Yeah,
number of
when you
homes?
look at the bottom there, and they're obviously quarter-acre lots compared to the visual when you see the Mag Terrace, if they were the size of some of the larger lots where they go back and they retool this. Now, I'm wondering about that exit on 455, because if I was one of those people on the other cul-de-sac and I had to drive all the way up to get out of there, why can't they come out on 455? Not that we want it, but if they're going to start talking about having their pathway to the clubhouse on this one, will they be talking about maybe opening up that one where there's yellow, going right on the 455, making those people not have to drive all the way around to get out of there? Because that's another thing that could come up later. But what I would say, if I was a council member, I'd say, well, I'm hearing the community say, those are too small lots, too much impact. I know the builder's going to say, well, it's not feasible at 100 homes or 102. I don't know that. I think they could charge more money, do more things, and offset that and still have the product, because it's going to complement their condominium across the street. I don't buy the argument they're going to put townhomes there. I don't buy the argument that they're going to go R1 and have it ungated. I want you to understand that R1 means ungated. I don't see Bella Colina doing that. Thank you.
Come on up.
And I appreciate those comments. I mean, what we do want to hear from you is your feedback. We think this is a good plan. We think that it's, like I said, this is a home type that the owner is very familiar with, builds an impeccable product, and it's very successful. I mean, but we also want your feedback. We're open to the discussion. So, having said that, happy to answer questions. We have our whole team here, so.
I do have a question. Sorry, I do have a question about buffers. So I can't really tell from here. So up at the, I'm looking at this here, the very top left, there's a real, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
There, all right, there we go, 20, okay. And then go to the other side of that.
I don't know if we pick up the other side. I
Yeah,
could tell you on Morningside it's 10.
Morningside, correct.
Morningside it's 10 feet.
It's 10.
And the reason why, the consideration there is that it doesn't immediately abut other single-family homes. There is a right-of-way there. So it's a 10-foot buffer, then you have the right-of-way. Buffer's not required, but there's a 10-foot buffer, then there's the right-of-way, and then there's homes on the other side. Whereas next to that's not the case with Magnolia Terrace. That's actually home to home. Once again, like to like, your code doesn't require a buffer. Those to meet minimum requirements, there can be rear yard to rear yard. We are cognizant of the existing community. We wanted to be good neighbors. We wanted to buffer. We think between that and the gradient difference because Magnolia Terrace really is the highest terrace. The view shed is maintained with us being lower, keeping as many trees as we can, planting for ones that are not there along the buffer.
So, I mean, just a rough number. If you were to remove, like, for example, one house on each side of the street on every street and made the lot width slightly bigger, what number would you come out to for total homes on the property? Would that be an acceptable number?
Paul's doing some quick math. Let me just, if I could take a moment, just talk to him.
In the meantime, I do have a question. Are we doing all 3 ordinances at one time, or are we going to go one by one?
One by one.
Okay.
We're just talking about them as a group.
So right now, we're proposing 114 homes, 100 being 70-foot wide and 14 down on the southern side on the last cul-de-sac before the entrance being 60 foots. Let me get one more clarification. This is this has been briefly internally discussed, and part of it was some of those homes I showed earlier fit better on the 75-foot lot than a 70. I think what we could live with, and this is back of the napkin, and what could work, because it's, once again, it's the product that they really are familiar with. They really like the way it looks. They're getting great community feedback. Is to change across the board to 75-foot lots. We could take out the 60s, and we think that drops the number to around 105. It may not even be that. That gets every lot over a quarter acre. You're down to 105, which, if you do back a napkin, 68 acres at two dwelling units an acre, which is the maximum permitted by your comp plan, you're at 136. We're well below that. And then it's just now a discussion of, you know, we believe the brand, the quality will be there with this owner. We can promise you and deliver you that. When you talk about buffers, they're going to be maintained to the standards that community keeps it to. I think there's some benefit to that to the town, knowing who's behind it.
So, and then another question, not, if the land development code amendment was denied, how many homes does that remove from your site?
So the text amendment, you know, and that's for just uniformity of not having to deal with a line.
Right.
Because the remainder of the site, that policy does not apply to, because the property was already in the town when it was passed.
Right.
And if you can see, most of that 10 acres is
Open
dedicated
space
to open space, or that access point that we think is the real game changer for the entirety of the property. So that, you know, I couldn't do that math, but I think it's important just from a master planning exercise and not deal with that line. I'm trying to lay out the project.
I was just asking.
It may be it's a few homes that's within those 10 acres, but it's certainly not the majority of what's here.
And then to address the gentleman's concern with traffic on 455, he had a good point. I mean, even getting into the back entrance, the construction entrance for Bella Collina, you see traffic backed up there very often. Yeah. Is there a plan for turning lanes to get into off of 455 to alleviate some of that traffic?
So that's a good question. We had a preliminary transportation study done, and its conclusion was those were not required based on the amount of traffic that this project would be generating. But there was discussion at the Planning Commission public hearing, and where it was left is that the county still had not completed its review, because it's reviewed both by them and the town, that there would need to be an updated study performed before the construction plan phase. And if that recommendation was that there would need to be turn lanes at that point, then those, of course, would be part of it. And you know, look, I mean, we're at the pleasure of this board, and if that's something important to you, then.
And then as far as the PUD, could you commit to like a certain amount of impact fees being paid up front?
Well, you know, that's a little awkward. Look, they're going to pay full freight impact fees.
But to help with the infrastructure immediately.
Well, to speak of infrastructure, one of the items that did come out of the Planning Commission recommendation, and I should have highlighted, and I apologize for not, is that there would be a requirement to have a contribution made by the developer towards the lower Floridian aquifer well that the town knows it's going to need for its consumptive use permit renewal. And that was made a condition. We would accept that condition, and we would obligate ourselves to do that. And obviously, impact fees will come as the project comes, and that's something we can look at, you know.
Right. And so is there any plans for a cart trail from the entrance on 455 to connect to the clubhouse road? To allow golf cart access for your residents to be able to get into the remainder of the...
I think the preference would be that, that golf cart access would be internal.
Like cross 455?
On the southwest corner down. Because
Okay.
that was just a discussion we just had, is that there are plans, it's a
For the
cul-de-sac
roadway.
now.
But if the roadway does not get approved, would there be that option?
Next step would be that. So
Okay.
maybe that's the next step. If there was a permitting issue with dealing with the water management district that we don't foresee today but does arise, maybe a raised boardwalk achieves that. But there's certainly the thought process to have interconnectivity. Get those, and obviously if it saves someone from committing to a car travel to go to the clubhouse.
Exactly.
Right. So it's integral to the project. It's just we did not want to show it graphically here and put ourselves
held
as
accountable
committing
for
to it if we ran into a wall with the permitting agencies in order to achieve that.
And
That's
just
all I
so staff has this written down correctly, I understand you're committing to reducing to a max of 105 lots, and the minimum width of all lots would be 75 foot. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So let me correct
The 14s would go to 65s. To get to the 105, okay. So the 60s to 65s, okay.
Did you hear that? I just want to make sure we're.
That's all I got for now.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, I'm sorry, come on up. I'll let a couple of people come up.
Hi, good evening. Wayne Meadows, 16401 Magnolia Bluff Drive, Montverde. Question I have just for the council, should these ordinances pass, are you not setting up a precedent for future developments going at less than a half-acre lot? And for those projects in the pipeline, i.e. Osgood, can they come back to you? Are you setting yourself up for exposure on that?
No, that's done.
And so they can't come back to you?
I believe they had 30 days to appeal that, and that 30 days has been up.
And there's the only thing we got left to build on is the 37 acres down by the mobile home park off of Ridgewood.
Right.
And about 20 acres on Ridgewood. And that's it.
The Hunt property?
And, where we were going to build the sewer plant?
Right.
Those big lots right there, huh?
Right. Now there's a dead pine forest.
Yeah, that property there, but that's the only thing left.
So no one can come back on you if you set this precedent tonight?
No, that's why I'm excited. Me personally, I'm excited about it. I'm not gonna do no more. I'm excited about it because once this is all done, we're built out.
Okay.
We're done.
And then a question for the developer. In your design development process, do you happen to have the contour elevation set already in the development?
We have a topographic survey.
Okay.
Yeah. Show that to you.
Because it wasn't really shown on.
Yeah, and we should have done a better job. I apologize. Yeah, we have a topographic survey. Oh, shoot. Steve, do you have the engineer has it.
Anita,
Not
in
the
the meantime,
not the attorney.
each PUD is individual, right? So even if we agree to a PUD for them, another PUD that comes up isn't held.
You wanted to show them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so this isn't final, it's preliminary.
Put your name in.
I'm sorry, Steve Boyd, 6816 Hanging Moss Road, Orlando, Florida, Boyd Civil Engineering. This is a preliminary plan. It's not part of the package on purpose because it's preliminary and it's part of the engineering, which is the next step. So this is a courtesy, we're just sharing what we're thinking. So you can see the huge drop. We have about 30 feet of drop till you get to the back of these lots. That's the first thing we're doing. And then we still have, then there's going to be retaining walls
Well,
on
you
the
know
south
what?
side of
I
these
gotta
lots.
call it a break for
So,
10 minutes.
Retaining wall, retaining
Come back in
wall.
10 minutes.
But this is the main.
Okay.
This is the main benefit of
Just
this
say you do.
plan, I think, is these lots.
I drank too much water.
This terrace will look directly over these lots. They won't see them at all. And in a true R1L, we probably, because the lots are bigger, we're going to have to.
I got my information off Google Earth, and we're actually fairly close, but I live right here.
Yeah, okay,
So
sure,
that's why
sure.
I don't have
Yeah,
the
you're gonna be looking over,
Yeah, I don't have
directly
the
over
anyway, I
those
look at my
lines.
neighbors,
Yeah,
so it's the neighbors here.
So this is one, I can read the numbers to you. This is 154. The back of this lot right now is the 104. And again, that's not final, but so right now here we're 50 feet below the back of that lot line. It might come up a little bit, but over here, the property's at 155. The back of these lots is at 125. So there's about 30 feet there. So,
Thank you.
sure. Yes, sir. Sure, yes, sir. Sure. But I didn't realize on one side, well, there's no homes the homes are on the other side, right? Okay. So we've got minimum lot depths we have to have. We need a 25-foot driveway, and then we need a decent backyard. So we're. Is this an elevated lot? No, these aren't graded that severely. These are the contours. So it's a 10-foot.
I doubt it.
With a fence. We have that hasn't been determined yet. Right now it's just a fence. It's a metal.
I don't think they'll clean.
Similar to if you're driving down 455 on the left.
Kind of like what Highland Estates has.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but if you're driving south at 455 and Bella Colina's on your left, there's a metal picket fence down there. It would be like that. That's what's proposed. With, and
I mean, don't get me wrong. When they put the DOT tunnel underneath 455, initial phases of Bella Colina, I was like,
what's up? Yeah,
like,
that's right.
great.
Yeah.
But the amount of traffic that's
Get
coming
it. Right. Absolutely.
right past, I mean, this is the train track.
Yeah. So
to have another spur
What
train
angle can we use here?
potentially coming in and out of here.
right. No, I get it.
And then also another outlet up here because
If they won't,
turn left on.
then we just say they won't,
Yeah.
and they go home.
When I come home, I literally have to park here and wait for somebody to
just
come
lost
in. That's my concern.
I just lost like
When I
40,000.
moved here, everything ended in a boat ramp or.
I just lost like
Well, a couple
40,000.
things going on with the existing Bella Colina. They've got permit in to build a new gatehouse in that.
Oh, yeah.
And as soon as
Right.
that gets issued,
Hey,
that would facilitate.
40 grand's 40 grand.
Yeah, no, the one where the construction
No,
traffic stops.
not at all.
Directly across from this, right?
It is?
That's where all the construction traffic's coming in. And it's not manned, so they got somebody standing there temporarily to help get people in. They're permitting a permanent main gatehouse there to facilitate that construction traffic coming in quicker. With this lines up with that, so you could have, again, Jonathan spoke to it, the county is going to have to approve it, but it would allow for mutual turn lanes. If, here, so this would be a better entrance than here. If this plan, if we weren't doing this, and somebody came back, you have the entrance here, and then you have the offset entrance down here. So I think this is better to have it directly across. The other issue would be.
I just wish there was a way to like have another tunnel down here.
Yeah.
But that's not part of it.
It's not engineering feasible here because the road's so low here already, you can't come under it. Where the tunnel is now, the road was higher, we were able to come under it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's it. I'm back here. So come on back. Come on back, guys. Everybody join us. Carol, where'd she go? Hey, Carol, come on. I feel like the fifth grade teacher. Come here. All right, sorry, I just had to take care of that. Thank you. All right, well, I'm bringing it back to council. Council, let's talk about it and see what you guys feel.
All right, I'm going to address, my issue with this right now is not in reference to the PUD.
And I apologize, Mayor, can we make sure we're done with public comment so you can close public comment? Just for procedural. You did?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Martinelli, I apologize.
So I need to address the charter exemption being cited to claim the supermajority does not apply to ordinance 2025-60. The issue here is not opinion. It's how the charter and chapter 163 of the Florida's Growth Management Act define as initial future land use designation. The interpretation, I think, from talking with Paul earlier tonight, that was what he was explaining, was the interpretation being used treats initial assignment as simply the first time Montverde places any town future land use category on a property, but that is not how the term is used in Florida planning law. So, again, my issue is not even with the PUD, it's with the legality of the supermajority vote. I mean, we haven't really gotten to the PUD. You and I definitely are not going to agree. We've talked about it. So there's a clear disagreement regarding it. The meaning between the charter's exemption for initial assignment, and because this affects the legality of the vote, I would like to make a motion that the town seek a formal legal opinion from the Florida Attorney General's office representing whether a density increasing future land use map amendment processed under Chapter 163 that I mentioned earlier qualifies as an initial assignment under our charter. I believe in obtaining a state level guidance for this to make sure we're acting lawfully. That's all I'm caring about right now. It has nothing to do with the PUD and the lot sizes. I want to make sure that we are doing this lawfully, and that's why I'm asking for that. So that was my motion.
Okay, got a motion on the table. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 All against say nay. Nay.
Nay. Wait, Anita, just to clarify once more, the way that you're understanding the charter amendment that was passed in November, this does not apply to it.
Correct.
Town council, can you point to exactly, did the comp plan and the charter adopt that into it? Because I know when I was online, I couldn't find anything about that. It wasn't added to the Muni Code. The comp plan didn't have it as well. Is there a specific section or policy number that it's under? And if so, are you able to read it out loud for us?
I'd actually like to know what is that what the issue is with that, because again, from the way I'm explaining it, again,
So the charter section that was adopted, the specific language. And I'll read the whole thing, but the relevant portion for this discussion is, other than an ordinance initially assigning a future land use designation to a property. The entire charter amendment was, after the effective date of this section, any ordinance amending the Town of Montverde Comprehensive Plan, other than an ordinance initially assigning a future land use designation to a property that increases the allowable density within the municipal boundaries of Montverde, may be approved only with an affirmative vote of not less than a majority plus one vote of the entire membership of the council. So when a property is initially being assigned a future land use designation in the town, that is exempt from the supermajority. If you have a property that's already in the town, so say the 58 acres, it already has a town future land use designation. If the applicant wanted to change that future land use designation from single family low density to single family medium density, they're increasing they're asking for an increase in density, then this supermajority vote would be required.
In regards to the land development code, does that trump the comp plan, or does the comp plan technically trump pretty much the charter, the land development code?
The charter rules, and then the comp plan, any development has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and your land development code. So no changes were made to the comp plan or the LDRs as a result of the charter amendment.
But for 2025-60, that is an amendment to the comp plan, correct?
It's an amendment to the comp plan assigning a future land use, because right now it only has a county designation, and you're initially assigning it a town designation.
So the supermajority, and I don't have it in front of me, does it say that if there's an amendment of the comp plan?
It
like,
says
it applies?
It applies to an amendment of the comp plan other than an ordinance initially assigning a future land use designation to a property.
So your interpretation, it nullifies the whole voter-approved charter amendment then? Because at that point, nothing would qualify. Again, this is why this is why I made the motion. It's not because I'm trying to argue or anything, it's just legal reasons.
The purpose was when the council had a vision and it assigned a future land use to property within your town boundaries. If someone came in and then wanted to increase the density and change that plan, then the charter amendment would go into effect and you would have to have 4 of the 5 vote to approve it. But if you have property being annexed into the town and it does not have a town's future land use designation, that's the exemption because it's initial assignment. That's when you're setting what this town's vision is as opposed to the county's.
But when we bring it in, it would be equal, it's already coming in as the county, so it would be equal to what we have here. There's never a moment.
The language wouldn't be relevant at all if you went under the theory as you're interpreting it. There would, because all land has a future, has an initial future land use designation.
Yeah, there's never a moment where land doesn't have, it's
Right,
not blank.
so the purpose of that language was if it's an initial designation in the town, because you're annexing property, bringing it into the town, the initial designation does not require a supermajority vote.
Unless you're changing the density. Right,
And in this case, it was confirmed that the density is increasing, correct?
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, increasing, sorry.
I didn't research that, I don't know.
Okay, I mean, well, again, you didn't research it, but again, we're going to go down this road with the legal, and that's why I want to make sure that we are correct, because this is a legal matter here. We're going to have a lawsuit on our hands, and we're going to lose, and the developer is going to be starting the process, and then if we lose that, which I think we will, then where do we leave them at?
Anita, let me ask you this. If I break these down and I look at them as individual ordinance, and I begin with ordinance number 2559, and I'm going to try to ask for a simple yes or no, which I know lawyers, for all kinds of legal reasons, really can't boil it down to that simple. But does the supermajority apply to just ordinance number 59?
No, it doesn't apply to 59. That's a land development code regulation.
That's all I want to hear was just no. And thank you for the short answer. Okay. Same question for ordinance 60. Does the supermajority apply for ordinance number 2025-60?
In my opinion, it does not.
It does not. For ordinance number 2561, does the supermajority apply to 2561?
No, it's not a comprehensive plan amendment.
Ordinance number 2562, does the supermajority apply to that ordinance?
No, it's a golf cart.
That's a golf cart.
Okay, sorry. I'm just going down the line. Bam, bam, bam. We'll hit them all. So yeah, no supermajority for golf carts. We've got that established. Okay. All right. we can bat this back and forth all night. I'm not a lawyer. There is one lawyer sitting at this table. There may be lawyers sitting in this room, but they are not qualified to speak on behalf of the town. I don't think that there will be a resolution to this question anytime soon. I think that there are other issues, most of which have already come, we've already got things that we're pushing through because they are in need of resolution, such as the permitting process for the Kirkland House and yada, yada, yada. And forgive me as I back up and kind of give the long-winded explanation. When we set up the supermajority, and I speak solely for myself, the entire reason that I voted for that was one simple reason. And I don't care about lot size or any of that. That's to me as a council person, that's not important. The thing that is important, and it's been discussed here tonight, is how many homes we're bringing in. That is density control. We've heard about traffic. We've heard about lot sizes. We've heard about green spaces. We've heard about buffers. All of these things are legit and important, but at the end of the day, it's how many houses are we putting on this property? So if we can get them to 105 off of 115 from a potential of 136, I think that's a win. That is low density. And why we want to sit here and have a pissing contest over the legalities of the supermajority when we're down from 136 to 105, and we're going to try to push you down a little bit further, okay? Because the 100's kind of what we're shooting for here. So if you guys think you can do that, let's get it on and get it done, all right? But to sit here and go back and forth over legal, and if you want to take the time to actually bring in outside legal counsel, that's fine. I'll go down that path with you, right? That's time, that's money, and we all can sit around and twiddle our thumbs until it goes beyond, 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 beyond. And whatever happens after that, whoever doesn't get the answer they're looking for, well, and I have no idea because, again, I'm not a lawyer, but what about appeal? And it can go on and on and on and on and on. So, as a council, are we sitting here to be able to control the volume of homes that go on a piece of property? Or are we going to go down the hole of, no, let's make sure that here we are. If they're happy with what they're getting and we're happy with what we are giving them, I don't see a lawsuit coming.
It could be residents to do that, but if you're
Well,
willing
if
to
there's a
back,
resident in Montverde who's not happy because we got him from 136 to 105, or maybe even to 100 if we push hard enough, I got to question the motivation of the resident. Now, I don't understand. Somebody make that make sense. If what we're looking for is density, to control the density, which helps to control the traffic, why are we flogging this horse? It makes no sense to me.
Well, we're not taking any more public comment.
And
Again,
there's a
if-
second meeting regarding this ordinance, correct? So could you get clarification on that before the second hearing?
Clarification.
On what Morganelli and Councilmember Morganelli and Councilmember Rubio are requesting.
If the council wants another opinion, then I would need direction. Who do you want to get that opinion from?
I mean, I did make the motion for the, again, it's independent. They're going to give us the clear, again, I understand what you're saying with the houses, and that's great.
And we're going to spend time and money.
Well, you know what?
To make sure we're legal, absolutely. That's not a pissing match.
Grant just made a good point. Listen. He said there's two readings. So we could go through this reading and say, and approve it and move on, because there's still a second reading. And in that time before the second reading, we can verify that, which I believe Anita's right, because she's got 400 years of experience doing this. And she's been in this ball game a long time. But we could double check it before we do the second reading, so it would be safe.
That's all I'm asking for, is to be safe.
So
That's truly it.
That'll get us to the next step, but we still have a safeguard.
All right. Can we, do you want me to make the motion again? What do you need me, whatever you need me to do.
All right, well, so I don't know if I want to make the motion, because I personally don't mind 115 homes myself.
I'll make the motion again, then I guess. That's fine. Let's see, where were my notes here? I would like to make a motion that the town seek a formal legal opinion from the Florida Attorney General's office interpreting whether a density increasing future land use map amendment processed under Chapter 163 as an initial assignment under our charter.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I don't agree with the Attorney General part of that, but if you wanted to have the town reach out to a third-party attorney and review it to give you a clarification on it, I think that would be more reasonable.
Okay, I can do that. I'm willing for that. Again, independent? Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Well, who's going to determine the independent counsel?
It's the same way like our magistrate is third party.
Right.
So we could I don't know if we could use the same attorney, the magistrate or not, if he would be a good source to look at, to review this.
We need a town who does land.
Yeah, it couldn't be, we couldn't use someone, even though he has land use experience, we can't use the special magistrate for code cases.
Understood.
So who would we use? How do we determine that? How do we pick that person?
There are other board certified attorneys that, if you would like, I can get someone
always
off
ask
of that
Osgood's.
certification.
Osgood's attorney.
No, I just want to make sure that they're, everybody's happy with the process and the person, and that at the end of the game, no matter what the outcome is, everybody abides by it.
Yep.
Fair enough?
Absolutely, thank you, and I appreciate that. And again,
But
it's,
I'm saying let's do the readings tonight so we don't have to play this all over again.
I'm for that.
And we go through this and vote whether we want these or not, because all of them require second reading. So
and I'm okay
before
with
the
that.
second reading, we're gonna have the answer we want.
So this vote is merely to move the process forward, but it does not grant
Right, it
them
doesn't
any
grant
number of
the thing,
homes.
right, it's
Okay.
2 readings on noise.
Great, make the motion. I think we're good.
Which motion?
One last thing. During the P&Z meeting, there was the discussion about creating a new ordinance to reduce the density that gets annexed into the town to 1/2 acre. That ended up not passing, but I did like that. And, you know,
We can do that after.
exactly.
Right.
I would just like to bring that, you know, stay on record right now.
We can do it afterwards,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I think everybody will pass that.
Wait, could you,
Everybody agrees with that.
I apologize, can you repeat that one more time?
During the P&Z meeting, there was discussion amongst the P&Z board regarding Aaron. I think Aaron has more knowledge of it. He was on the board at that time.
I watched the whole thing, and
Yeah, that's
they wanted to take where we had set up, where any land that's annexed into Mount Vernon was annexed at a 1 acre lots.
It was
They
half
want to change
acre.
it to.
Half acre,
Half
it was
acre.
half acre,
They
right?
wanted, no, what was in place.
was- okay.
What was in place, because I did it, was 10 acre, 1 acre lots. They want to change it to half acre lots. That's fine, we can do that. We don't have to do that right now to do this, that's all I'm saying. I want to make the time we put into this tonight productive and move this forward, get the answer from another attorney so everybody's happy, and then move this to the second reading and see what happens. So I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance, that we approve ordinance 2025-59, 2025-60, 25-61. Right now, I make
I
a motion.
think Joe had a motion on the floor, if I'm not
Well,
mistaken.
no,
There-
we're good
There
on
was
the,
a motion, but there was not a second,
was never
so
a
it
second.
died.
Okay.
we're on the
and-
same page as far as the outside councils, I guess.
Right,
Okay,
absolutely.
and I know, I think
Absolutely.
Councilman Rubio had a question right
We
before
just
you
need
made that motion.
to do the ordinances one at a time, and I have to
Okay, I'm
read
sorry.
some of the
I make a
ordinances.
motion that we approve 2025-59. I need a second.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Does everybody understand what we're
No,
voting on?
no, hold on a second. No, I thought he still had questions yet before we did that, right? You would,
I did, but I guess maybe I wasn't heard.
Right, you took it off. He's not asking it no more.
so he's not asking anymore. Oh, okay, all right, so I didn't vote, so I'm gonna vote.
Okay, so there's
My
a
cons-
motion.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yeah, can you do a roll call vote over there? Caroline, do a roll call vote. And remember, this doesn't pass this at all.
Anita, before we do that, can I ask a question here with my vote? Because again, I'm still on that side of, I know this is for 60, but before we get to that, to 260, I still don't think that 60 is, legal without that, with the supermajority, right? So I'm not sure how to, I'm just gonna, all right, good, I'm fine.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so I made a motion for 2025-59. It was three, I believe, can you do it,
Councilmember Rubio,
no,
Nay.
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Councilmember Morganelli,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Womack,
Yes.
Mayor Wynkoop.
Yes, okay, so that one passes. And again, we're going to have another attorney double check that we're doing this correctly.
Are we still discussing about the PUD yet? I mean, are we gonna?
No, we're going
We
to
haven't gotten
next.
to the PUD yet. That was just the
That was the
land,
first one.
land development code.
Okay, the
I have
second one is
stack
comprehensive land use plan change, again, which requires two readings. I make a motion, we approve 2025-60. Need a second.
I just need to read it
Huh?
into the record. I need to read it into the record if you would,
Oh, I'm sorry.
if you don't mind. Ordinance 2025-60, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Lake County, Florida, amending the Town of Montverde's comprehensive plan pursuant to 163.3187 Florida statutes by amending the comprehensive land use plan designation from Lake County Rural Transition and Bella Colina to Town of Montverde single-family low-density residential on the future land use map for the herein described property consisting of 9.47 plus or minus acres, providing for severability and Scrivener's errors, directing the town manager to amend said comprehensive plan, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the forwarding of this ordinance to the State of Florida Department of Commerce, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, so this is on the comp plan change. I make a motion, we approve 2025-60. Need a second.
Second.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Councilmember Rubio,
Nay.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Morganelli,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Womack,
Yes.
Mayor Wynkoop.
Yes. Okay, so now let's move to 2025-61, if you would, please read that.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Florida, to change the zoning from Lake County PUD, agriculture and light industrial, and to Town of Montverde, single-family low-density, and Town of Montverde, single-family low-density, to Town of Montverde, single-family residential PUD for the herein described property owned by DCS Real Estate Investments LLC and Wilmington Development Services, Inc. The real property is located south of Ridgewood Avenue, west of County Road 455, and east of Blackstill Lake Road, Montverde, Florida. Approving waivers, directing the town manager to amend the zoning map as herein provided after the passage of this ordinance. Approving variances from town council, town code with conditions, providing for severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for Scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, again, I want to repeat, we're going to get a lawyer to read the problem that Joe's pointing out and have that answer before we do the second readings. So I make a motion that we approve 2025-61.
One question, does that include the changes that were discussed about the lot size changes?
Any changes would need to be specified on the record.
So can we specify what exactly they said previously?
What I have written down, and they can correct me if necessary, up to 10 feet of the existing landscape will be maintained where it borders Mag Terrace,
And continuous hedges, like was mentioned?
and the contiguous hedges
Come up
would
so
be
you can
added.
Talk us through.
The wastewater treatment plan will remain in the current location. There was a third point that the Mag Terrace HOA pointed out you agreed to. I did not capture that. And then a maximum of 105 lots with the 60-foot lots being increased to 65-foot.
What was the third thing?
So the third thing,
Mag Terrace one?
yes, in response to the Magnolia Terrace HOA attorney, there was 3 items. One was to preserve as many trees as possible in 2 areas, both the 20-foot buffer that would be on the east side of Magnolia Terrace, and to have a preservation strip along the southern boundary where that open space tract is.
Yeah.
Now, just to be clear, that open space tract is not going to have a landscaping buffer. It's going to maintain what the existing vegetation there is, and we're committing to at least 10 feet, and we'll look to make it larger depending on final engineering. That's on the open space, but on going back to the buffer, the 20-foot buffer, it is to preserve as many trees as possible, mature trees in that buffer, and where they cannot be preserved is to maintain a continuous landscape buffer that will consist of live oaks, so the canopy trees, and those are planted on what center? 100-foot centers with hedge vegetative material in between, continuous hedge.
And then just to go off of what Councilmember Walmack brought up, can we get it down to 100 houses?
Since we have a second reading, can we play with the plan?
You
and
play
see
with
what
the
that
plan,
looks like?
we'll play with the law.
Sure. Okay, that's fair.
enough.
Okay, well, I'm back
Back-
to my motion now.
Same sandbox.
One quick request.
Anita, what should we do?
Yes, sir.
Should I redo the motion?
Is it possible to increase the buffer of 10 feet on Morningside? Is it, well, there's an additional, I don't know, 10 feet, make it even with the 20?
That's hard. We've looked at that. I challenged the team. It's very difficult.
5
from-
feet?
It's very difficult on that side to
3
do
feet?
so.
Anything?
Well, remember, that's adjacent to an existing
I
road.
understand.
It's not.
I understand.
Well, how much right of way is there, and would the applicant be able to? Would the applicant be able to plant trees in the right of way to make up for that? Paul? On Morningside, since it's more narrow there, if they had permission with the town, they got a right of way utilization permit to do that.
Brian, what did you ask for, 5 feet on Morningside?
10 is ideal.
10
just
is
to
what
make
you
it
wanted.
20/20 with where it backs up to mag.
Yeah, I know, my OCD kicks in a little here with these odd
They're
numbers.
We did
saying
look
you
at
got
that.
10,
Steve, you want to
plus the
explain why we
Sure,
can't do
the-
10?
sure.
or-
The issue on Morningside is that if you look at some of those lots, they're already at a minimum depth. So the 10-foot we're adding the 10-foot to the right-of-way that's already there. So it's probably, I think there's about a 15-foot right-of-way, I'm not exactly sure. From edge of pavement, right? And then we're adding a 10-foot buffer, which would have the fence and potentially some landscaping in it. But some of those lots are already minimum depth. So we're making the concessions on lot sizes already and density. But
Let us look at it. I want to study it. I'll challenge the team. The problem is it pushes everything, and then we have access
Well, that's a good
issues on
point.
Ridgewood.
We can't do it, they can't do nothing until we do the second reading. So we can bring it back in a
Okay.
second.
But
Thank you.
we'll-
Appreciate it.
We'll look at it and see what we can do, and maybe there's some.
And Mayor, Mr. Can I throw out a quick, maybe in the middle? Could you consider keeping obviously the 10-foot, then on the property owner, put a 10-foot conservation landscape easement that would be planted by the HOA, and they have to leave landscaping in there? Because that wouldn't affect lot sizes. They would just have an easement, which would essentially create a 20-foot buffer.
Along Morningside, right? Along Morningside?
No, on their properties, on the owner's properties.
Let us look at it and all those
So-
angles. I mean, it may be that we enter into a right-of-way use agreement with the town to maintain it on that side in the
We can
right-of-way.
bring that back before the reading, right, Anita?
That's done.
Make it part of the
on a
next
case.
final reading.
So where were we with the houses? You said 90, right? 90 houses you're trying to get to?
No. 105, right?
Just on a napkin, he said. We're just working on a napkin, so.
I use that as a
105,
euphemism.
I know,
but,
I know.
I mean,
Well, I
there
can
is a
remove-
critical mass
I'll take
here.
my motion off the table so we can redo it, because it's definitely a long one. And how should we approach this, Anita, so we get it right?
The changes that I have written down are preserve the trees along the east and the southern boundary between Mag Terrace and the project. Trees to be planted 100 feet on center with a continuous hedge. In the open space tract that's south of Mag Terrace, they're going to maintain 10 feet of the existing trees that are planted there, and maybe more once they get into the topography. The wastewater treatment plant will remain in the current location as depicted. A maximum of 105 lots, with the 60-foot lots being increased to 65 in width,
70 foot's becoming 75s.
and the 70s becoming 75s. Thank you.
Okay, I make a motion that we pass 2025-61 with everything that Anita just said.
Second.
I need, all in favor? Roll call.
Councilmember Rubio,
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Morganelli,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Womack,
Yes.
Mayor Weincoop.
Yes. Okay, so now I'm gonna make a motion that we move, ordinance 2025-62 to our next meeting, and we'll, all the discussion items to our next meeting.
I second that.
I got it first and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And say nay. That's it. I make a motion, we go home.
I second.
Good job, everybody. You guys did good. It's good. It's good talk. It's good arguments. It's good discussion.